Chapter 3079. In the battle back then, Kai Zhon's physical body was destroyed, and his primordial spirit was also crippled. Only a trace of his remnant consciousness remained in the Star Force light cluster, struggling at death's door until today. After countless years of anticipation, he finally waited for the person who could save him from the abyss of suffering. Fang Chen was the only person who had the chance to take him out of the Starlight Sacred Land, so he naturally had to protect the former. He had been in the No Man's Land for countless years, and was very sensitive to everything here. Although that aura was very thin, so thin that it could almost be ignored. But Kai Zhon still felt it. His face suddenly changed, and his illusory figure tensed up to the extreme. "Let's go," Kai Zhon hurriedly said. "Whether that guy has escaped or not, the No Man's Land is incomparably dangerous now. Let's leave as soon as possible." Without saying a word, Fang Chen executed the space-time escape technique, and disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. A few days later, Fang Chen safely walked out of the No Man's Land and returned to the mountain peak. Huff huff huff. Not long after he arrived, the one-horned man also arrived. He was panting, and his forehead was full of sweat. His face was slightly pale, as if he had suffered a great shock. "What's going on?" asked Fang Chen. "In the depths of the No Man's Land, there is a terrifying existence rioting. It only emitted a wisp of aura, but it caused the entire No Man's Land to shake. All the martial artists within a radius of 10,000 miles were all imprisoned, and some of the weaker martial artists directly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. It's too terrifying." The one-horned man told Fang Chen what he had seen in one breath. Then, he sat on the ground, unable to calm down from the shock in his heart. As expected, a strange light flashed in Fang Chen's eyes, and he quickly got in touch with Kai Zhon. "Senior, is that terrifying guy really going to escape?" asked Fang Chen. In Dark Cave Mountain, the illusory Kai Zhon shook his head gently, his face a little solemn. "That shouldn't be the case. According to my knowledge, he was heavily injured in the battle all those years ago, and has been recuperating in secret since countless years ago. The riot this time must be because it sensed a large number of human martial artists entering and wants to devour their flesh and blood to heal its own injuries." Kai Zhon said, "Although he is unable to escape for the time being, the matter seems to be somewhat troublesome." Fang Chen fell into deep thought. He could not understand why the immortal emperor would keep this terrifying guy here instead of killing him. Could it be that this is also a test? Unable to figure it out, Zhongxian shook his head and stopped thinking about it. "For the next few days, don't enter the No Man's Land." Kai Zhon warned, "That guy will not stop devouring the flesh and blood of human martial practitioners unless he is suppressed by the rules." Fang Chen nodded. Sure enough, in the next few days, miserable screams could be heard from the No Man's area. A large number of martial artists escaped from the No Man's Land in a sorry state. In fact, even Shen Jianchen had to avoid him. The tremor lasted for 7 days. 7 days later, a long sword tore through the sky. Vast power swooped down and enveloped the 1,000 mountains in the Starlight Sacred Ground. Everyone was shocked as they stared at the sky dumbfoundedly. "It's Shen Jianchen," someone shouted out. In fact, even if he did not say it, others already knew. "I am Shen Jianchen." In the sky, the huge sword transformed into a shadow. He spoke slowly and his thunderous voice filled the entire Starlight Sacred Ground. "We entered the Starlight Sacred Ground to search for opportunities. But now, in the depths of the No Man's Land, there is a ferocious and evil existence that is mercilessly slaughtering human martial artists." Shen Jianchen was publicly acknowledged as the strongest prodigy in the eastern region. It was only a matter of time before he stepped into the Sector Lord realm. His prestige was very high to begin with, and at this moment, his words were echoed by many. "Although many of the warriors present come from different 8 great domains, we are all from the eastern region. If we don't join forces, we will only be defeated by that evil existence." Speaking up to here, Shen Jianchen's voice became heavy. "If we want to obtain opportunities, we have to kill the evil existence that is blocking our path. Otherwise, we will return empty-handed and might even be buried here." Shen Jianchen shrugged and said, "So, now is the time for you to make a choice. If you are afraid of death, You can withdraw now. If you agree, we will join forces to fight against the evil existence. After Sun Jianchen finished speaking, the entire Starlight Sacred Ground was filled with enthusiastic applause. That's right, we have to rise up and resist. I agree with Brother Shun. Many martial artists echoed his sentiments. On the mountain peak, Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the sky. He felt an extremely powerful sword intent from Sun Jianchen. That sword intent seemed to be able to penetrate through the past, present, and future. It was extremely powerful. What a powerful sword intent! Fang Chen murmured. At the same time, he sighed with emotion. As expected of Sun Jianchen, he was able to move the emotions of everyone with a single sentence. Other than a few martial artists, almost no one was willing to withdraw. Some forces had suffered heavy losses and wanted revenge. So soon, everyone reached a consensus. In that case, please come to my place for a chat and discuss the details of fighting against the evil existence together. Since Sun Jianchen took the lead, he naturally had to be the leader this time. However, no one objected. This was because Sun Jianchen had enough prestige and authority to speak. On the mountain peak where Sun Jianchen was, the top experts of the 8 realms emerged one after another. Of course, only a very small number of martial artists were qualified to reach the mountain peak. They were all recognized as peerless geniuses. Let's go too. Kaizhong transmitted his voice. Fang Chen nodded. He also wanted to take this opportunity to meet the geniuses of the various realms. Of course, the most important purpose was to meet the legendary Sun Jianchen. When Fang Chen arrived at the mountain peak, the foot of the mountain was already crowded. Everyone was looking at the mountain peak, waiting for the end of the meeting. Fang Chen came in a low-key manner and prepared to climb the mountain. However, at this moment, someone saw him. Stop! A man in red blocked in front of Fang Chen. A mere holy venerate dares to climb the mountain peak. Do you want to die? Fang Chen stopped and frowned slightly. Sun Jianchen invited everyone to discuss important matters. Why can't I climb the mountain peak? What a joke. Who do you think you are? Look at this place. How many people are not qualified to climb the mountain peak? That's right. Why don't you look in the mirror? Do you think Sun Jianchen is someone you can meet whenever you want? Even ordinary junior tribulation supremacies are not qualified to climb the mountain peak. You are only a holy venerate. Get lost as far as you can. Some of the surrounding warriors were also mocking Fang Chen. Some of them were even threatening him with vicious words. Hurry up and get lost. Don't spoil my good mood. Otherwise, I will smash your head. Fang Chen shook his head gently and sighed. Some people would only look at the surface and not the inside. If it was an ordinary holy venerate, would they dare to enter the Starlight Sacred Land alone? He bypassed the obstacles and continued to move forward. Very well. It seems that you did not take my words seriously. In that case, go to hell. The person who had just threatened Fang Chen directly attacked. He was a one-calamity junior tribulation supremacy. Facing a holy venerate, he did not hold back and directly punched out. Die! He growled as his fist whistled out. Everyone was watching a good show and looked at Fang Chen mockingly. However, in the blink of an eye, the situation took a turn. Bang! Fang Chen stood quietly and did not even turn his head. When the fist of the junior tribulation supremacy touched Fang Chen, it was directly sent flying. The most shocking thing was that when he fell to the ground, everyone found that he had lost his vitality. What did this mean? The rebound force of the physical defense was enough to kill a one-calamity junior tribulation supremacy. Wasn't this too strong? How is this possible? Everyone gasped in shock, especially the few people who were trying to stop Fang Chen. They were all trembling. Who the hell is he? Many people were puzzled and their hearts were full of doubts. However, no one dared to stop Fang Chen and let him reach the peak of the mountain. After a long time, someone suddenly exclaimed. Could he be the legendary mysterious expert who severely injured Chen Hao with a sword? As soon as this was said, the entire foot of the mountain was filled with exclamations. Everyone was shocked. If the person who had severely injured Chen Hao was really him, Then they were the closest to death they had ever been. Thinking of this, everyone's scalps went numb. Chapter 3080. But the martial artists who did not set foot on the mountain peak were basically some average level of strength. Almost all the top geniuses of the 9 realms had arrived at the peak. Everyone on the peak had seen what had happened at the foot of the mountain. Humph, people nowadays are getting more and more arrogant. A strong man with thick eyebrows and big eyes sneered, "It's fine if you're weak, but you want to reach the top in one step?" In his opinion, Fang Chen wanted to ascend to the top of the mountain because he wanted to use this opportunity to befriend the geniuses. This guy is interesting. He's only a Saint Venerable, but he can unleash such powerful strength. Many top geniuses agreed with Fang Chen, while others disagreed. Thump, thump. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had reached the peak. He looked over and found that there were more than a dozen warriors standing on the peak. When he saw the man in a blue robe in the center with a long sword on his back, his pupils constricted. If he guessed correctly, this man should be the legendary Shen Jianchen. "Boy, we're here to discuss how to fight against the demon. Why are you here? Leave quickly, or don't blame me for being rude." The person who spoke was the man with thick eyebrows who had mocked Fang Chen before. He was Li Qihua, the genius of the Scarlet Sun realm. He had a powerful flame secret technique. When everyone saw Li Qihua speak, they were all watching the show. Only Shen Jianchen seemed to know Fang Chen's identity. He wanted to speak, but after opening his mouth, he remained silent in the end. This was because he was also very curious about Fang Chen's attainments in swordsmanship. Shen Jianchen was the one who led the discussion about how to fight against the demon. He didn't seem to say that those who are weak can't come up, did he? Fang Chen asked. However, although Shen Jianchen didn't say it, everyone thought that it was an unspoken rule. There was no need to say anything. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Li Qihua and Fire Mania laughed wildly. "I'll give you one last chance. Are you going to leave or not?" Li Qihua was a little angry. Even in the Scarlet Sun world, he was considered one of the top sky prides. Other than the sky prides with the innate flame body, who else could be his match? Yet now, he was being ridiculed by a wholly exalted brat. He was furious. "You want to scram if you're weak?" Fang Chen shrugged. "If that's the case, then I think you're too weak. Please get off the mountain and don't disturb our discussion." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They stared at Fang Chen dumbfoundedly, somewhat absent-minded. After a brief moment of silence, someone sneered, "Brat, you dare to provoke Li Qihua, you're dead meat. Li Qihua's primordial fire can instantly burn you to ashes. When you mock others, have you ever thought that others can mock you too?" Fang Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He was not afraid of Li Qihua at all. When you think others are weak, they also think you are weak. So, don't judge others with your ignorance. If you do, you will only suffer. Fang Chen's words completely enraged Li Qihua. "Good, very good." Li Qihua suddenly raised his palm, and a terrifying flame instantly emerged from his palm. Primordial fire. The eyes of the surrounding people lit up. Li Qihua's primordial fire was very unique and rarely seen. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Now, I'll let you have a taste of my primordial fire." Li Qihua smiled eerily. He suddenly pushed out his palm, and the fire-type bloodline in his body completely erupted. Seeing the purple primordial fire in front of him, Fang Chen gently shook his head. "The primordial fire that you're so proud of is nothing in my eyes." At this moment, Fang Chen gave people the impression that he was arrogant and conceited. Even the top sky prides of other worlds did not dare to underestimate primordial fire. What was a mere wholly exalted warrior? Shen Jianchen had been watching Fang Chen. He was waiting for the latter to display his exquisite swordsmanship. "Is he going to use his swordsmanship?" Shen Jianchen murmured. However, Fang Chen's actions were beyond his expectations. This was because Fang Chen's body was also emitting a majestic flame. The temperature of the surrounding area suddenly rose. "Stupid, he wants to use flames to deal with Li Qihua? This guy is simply an idiot. The Scarlet Sun realm is best at flames. Isn't he trying to hit a stone with an egg?" There should be a limit to his claptrap. Otherwise, he will lose his life. Many people shook their heads when they saw Fang Chen use flames to fight against Li Qihua. Flames? Li Qihua, who was attacking, sneered when he saw the flames on Fang Chen's body. Then, he continued to increase the intensity of his attacks. He wanted to use the primordial fire to suppress Fang Chen with absolute strength. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the sky, wherever the primordial fire passed, the space was torn and the air was instantly evaporated. The commotion on the mountain peak was so great that the people at the foot of the mountain also noticed it. They are fighting. It seems that the person just now is fighting with Li Qihua. Is Li Qihua the person who has the primordial fire? This guy wants to use flames to defeat Li Qihua? For a moment, countless voices of discussion spread. In fact, some of the top geniuses on the mountain peak had already recognized Fang Chen's identity, but they did not say anything. They wanted to see how strong the mysterious warrior who could seriously injure Chen Hao from the underworld realm was. He defeated Chen Hao with his swordsmanship, which means that he has great attainments in swordsmanship. But now, instead of using his best swordsmanship, he is using flames. What is he thinking? Many geniuses thought secretly. In the battle circle, the power of the fire source bloodline had been accumulated in Fang Chen's palm. When the power of the bloodline merged with the flames, it burst out with the most powerful force. Boom! Fang Chen clenched his fist and punched out. Flames shot out in all directions. Dong! Li Qihua used the primordial fire that he was proud of to hit Fang Chen's fist hard. When the two collided, there was a deafening sound. The mountain peak turned into a sea of fire, and many geniuses retreated. Vaguely, they could see two figures confronting each other in the sea of fire. Ha ha ha, my primordial fire is invincible. You are dead meat. However, before Li Qihua could finish his words, he felt that something was wrong. How is this possible? His face suddenly changed as he cried out involuntarily. At this moment, he felt that his primordial fire had a trace of fear. Moreover, the flames on Fang Chen's body were devouring his primordial fire. Oh no! Li Qihua's heart trembled. His body flashed and he wanted to retreat. Dong! Seeing that he was retreating, Fang Chen punched out again and directly sent Li Qihua flying. The fire source bloodline was a top fire-type bloodline. In addition, it had been purified and reached the highest level in history. Even the fire demon perfected lord was only at this level. It could be said that the fire source bloodline was the ancestor of all flames. Playing with fire in front of the fire source bloodline? Wasn't this courting death? Rumble. Fang Chen retracted his palm, and the flames gradually dissipated. The sea of fire on the mountain peak also dissipated in the void. Everyone turned their heads and was shocked to find that Li Qihua's body was charred and he fell to the ground on the verge of death. Everyone was shocked beyond words and couldn't speak. The atmosphere in the void was frozen to the extreme. Shun Jianchen looked at Fang Chen with a solemn expression. The sword Dao was already amazing enough, and now the fire Dao was also so powerful. Resisting the primordial fire was an incredible thing. After a short silence, everyone finally came back to their senses. Oh my God, is he so strong in the fire Dao? That's the primordial fire, and he resisted it so easily. With such a powerful fire Dao, Li Qihua's loss is not unjustified. Many people sighed. As expected of an expert who could injure Chen Hao with a sword. Today, I see that you live up to your reputation. Shun Jianchen took a step forward and extended his hand to Fang Chen. He smiled and said, "Let's get to know each other. I'm Shun Jianchen." Fang Chen glanced at Shun Jianchen and also extended his hand. He shook hands with him and said, "Fang Chen." Being able to defeat Chen Hao means that Brother Fang's attainments in the Sword Dao are extremely strong. And now, Brother Fang used the Fire Dao to devour the primordial fire and injure Li Qihua. This is incredible. A person who was proficient in two Daos and had high attainments in both was enough to shock everyone. What? He's the mysterious expert who injured Chen Hao? Some people who didn't know what was going on exclaimed. Chapter 3081. Being able to defeat Li Qihua was enough to show that Fang Chen's strength was qualified to reach the top of the mountain. At that moment, the gazes with which the crowd looked at Fang Chen became deep and profound. They were all thinking that this guy must be hiding some unspeakable secret. Otherwise, it would be too exaggerated for him to be able to defeat Li Chihua, who was a junior tribulation supremacy, with just the cultivation of a saint venerable. Although most of the people present were stronger than Li Chihua, they did not dare to say that they had one. However, Fang Chen had seriously injured Li Chihua with the Tao of Flames. This was much stronger than they had imagined. Brother Fang's attainments in the Tao of Flames are really impressive. Yes, with Brother Fang's potential, it won't be long before he becomes famous in the 9 great realms of the eastern region. Everyone approached Fang Chen and chatted with him with smiles on their faces. The scene at this moment was a sharp contrast to the previous scene. Li Chihua endured the injuries in his body and stood up with difficulty. He walked to a corner and looked at Fang Chen with resentment. Damn it, how can this guy's flames be so strong? Li Chihua thought to himself. Thinking back to the battle just now, Li Chihua suddenly thought of a problem. When I was fighting with him just now, I could clearly feel that a powerful force was erupting from his body, which caused his flames to devour my primordial fire. Li Chihua pondered. To be able to devour my primordial fire so strongly, unless he has a powerful flame bloodline. Thinking of this, Li Chihua's eyes were burning with passion. He licked his dry lips and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. Among the 9 great realms of the eastern region, the Scarlet Sun realm was best at the Tao of Flames. As a top genius of the Scarlet Sun realm, Li Chihua naturally knew what was needed to cultivate the Tao of Flames to the extreme. It was the power of the bloodline. If one could possess the best flame bloodline, their attainments in the Tao of Flames would definitely reach a higher level. He had once heard the Scarlet Sun Realm Lord say that there were countless types of fire bloodlines in the world, but there was only one that could be called the ancestor of fire. My primordial fire has an extremely strong burning ability. Even a great tribulation supremacy wouldn't dare to face it head-on. However, this fellow is only a holy venerate. Not only can he block it, but he can also devour my origin fire. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Li Chihua's heart was burning. He had long forgotten the scene of him being defeated by Fang Chen. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was what kind of fire bloodline Fang Chen possessed. Fire origin bloodline? Li Chihua said to himself. I'd rather kill 10,000 by mistake than let one go. What if his bloodline really is the fire origin bloodline? Thinking of this, Li Chihua secretly activated his communication jade pendant and sent the message to another peerless sky pride in the Crimson Sun realm. H, you're in the limelight now, but it won't be long before you become a ghost under my fire. After sending the message, Li Chihua sneered. His dark eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He glanced at Fang Chen indifferently and turned his head away. After Shun Jianchen and Fang Chen exchanged a few words, they began to discuss the matter of fighting against the demon. Everyone, as far as I know, the demon in the depths of the no man's land seems to be restricted and can't walk out of the no man's land. Practice has proven that as long as we don't get close to a certain range, there won't be any danger, Shun Jianchen said. However, he's in the depths of the no man's land and is blocking our path to find opportunities. Therefore, we have to work together to get rid of him. Brother Shun, if you have any good ideas, just say it. We'll obey unconditionally. Some sky prides expressed their opinions. While everyone was discussing, Fang Chen stood at the side and seriously sized up the many experts of the 9 realms. An hour later, the discussion ended. Shun Jianchen looked around and said slowly, in 3 days, we'll set off together and enter the depths of the no man's land to kill the demon. Okay, no problem. Let's meet again in 3 days. Soon, everyone had left. When Fang Chen was about to leave, Shun Jianchen called out to him. Brother Fang, please wait. Fang Chen turned his head and looked at Shun Jianchen with a strange expression. Shun Jianchen smiled and said, I heard that Brother Fang is a peerless sword cultivator and that you were able to severely injure Chen Hao of the Black Underworld territory with one strike. I'm itching to spar with Brother Fang. Fang Chen nodded and agreed to Shun Jianchen's request. Brother Fang, please make your move. Shun Jianchen took out his long sword from behind his back. Buzz! Terrifying sword chi emanated from his body. At this moment, it was as if he had become one with the sword and was extremely powerful. Swish! Shun Jianchen didn't hesitate and suddenly slashed out with his sword. This sword was as fast as lightning, as if it was going to split the entire sky. The terrifying sword chi condensed into a terrifying sword light in the void. This sword light contained Shun Jianchen's unique concept of sword principle. Seeing this, Fang Chen didn't panic at all. Instead, his eyes were burning with passion and he swung his sword. Dong! The two sword lights collided with each other as fast as lightning. The void was torn apart and thick thunderbolts fell from the sky. The whole earth was trembling. In the distant horizon, countless cultivators were watching in secret. He's too strong. No wonder he was able to severely injure Chen Hao with one strike. With this level of sword principle cultivation, it won't take long for him to be comparable to Shun Jianchen. However, there were also some people who were shaking their heads. Maybe he's qualified to be compared with Shun Jianchen now. While everyone was discussing, the trembling earth returned to its calm state. When the two sword lights in the void dissipated at the same time, a look of surprise flashed across Shun Jianchen's face. He didn't expect Fang Chen's swordsmanship to be so superb. Good, very good. After being stunned for a while, Shun Jianchen's face revealed an excited smile. He hadn't fought so happily for a long time. Moreover, he was fighting with a peerless swordsman. This was definitely a good opportunity to test each other's sword principle. Brother Fang's understanding of sword principle has surprised me. Shun Jianchen nodded slightly at Fang Chen. Then, he held his long sword in front of his chest and said slowly, "The next strike will be my strongest sword move. Brother Fang, be careful." He had practiced hard to reach the pinnacle of sword principle. However, today, he finally comprehended the sword move of his dreams. This sword move was called Full Moon in the Water. Since he comprehended this sword move, there was almost no one among the younger generation in the vast eastern region who could rival him. He was very excited to meet Fang Chen and couldn't wait to display this sword move to witness his combat strength. Fang Chen's face was also somewhat solemn. He knew that Shun Jianchen was about to use his trump card. Buzz! The chaotic sword body was activated and the sword-shaped runes flickered. The hidden star sword let out a sword cry. Invincible sword chi surrounded Shun Jianchen and the entire sky seemed to be incomparably oppressive. Full moon in the water. Shun Jianchen shouted in a low voice. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and at the same time, his figure flickered. Ripples appeared in front of him. These ripples turned into a long river at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Shun Jianchen was in the long river. Every time he waved his long sword, the river would shake. This was how the name Full Moon in the Water came about. Swoosh! When the long river shook to the extreme, Shun Jianchen's expression changed. Then, a towering water column rushed towards him and quickly merged with his long sword. This was Shun Jianchen's strongest attack and also his strongest sword move. So powerful. Even Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim that Shun Jianchen was indeed a sword principle genius. If an ordinary person encountered this sword move, they would be unable to resist. Space-time sword explosion. Fang Chen also did not hesitate to display the seventh move of the invincible sword principle, space-time sword explosion. This was also his most powerful sword move so far. Dong! The space-time sword was looming in the void. It was impossible to catch it. Condense! Shun Jianchen shouted and slapped the long sword. Immediately, he caught the trace of the hidden star sword. Dong! The strong sword principle aura swooped down and the two swords collided with a deafening sound. Crack! Shun Jianchen's attack was obviously more powerful. A clear sound was heard and the sword radiance in front of the hidden star sword showed signs of cracking. At the same time, Shun Jianchen's long sword pressed down hard and forced the hidden star sword to retreat. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the two stopped attacking at the same time. They stood quietly on the mountain peak and looked at each other. Everything seemed to have quieted down. Chapter 3082. Brother Fang. After a long time, Shun Jianchen spoke slowly. His face was very solemn. He couldn't imagine that his trump card had been blocked by the guy in front of him. Of course, Sun Jianchen knew that although he had used plenilune in the water, he hadn't used his full strength. If this was a life-and-death battle, he was confident that he could kill his opponent. However, he didn't know that Fang Chen hadn't used his full strength either. His trump card wasn't the invincible sword technique, but the immortal star core. Once he used the immortal star core, his attack power would increase by several times. That was his true strength. However, at this moment, the two of them were sparring, so Fang Chen naturally wouldn't use the power of the immortal star core. Your attainments in sword principle are the strongest I've seen in all these years. Sun Jianchen said, I worked hard to create this move, moon gazing in the water, but it was blocked by Brother Fang. Dare I ask Brother Fang, what is the name of the sword art you used? Invincible sword technique, space-time sword explosion. Fang Chen said softly as he put away the star-concealing sword. What an invincible sword technique. I'm really invincible. I've learned a lot. Sun Jianchen cupped his fists and said, I've learned a lot from this sparring with Brother Fang. I won't keep you here. See you in 3 days. Fang Chen nodded and left the mountain peak. In the distant sky, countless warriors who were watching secretly were shocked. How is it possible? Fang Chen actually blocked Sun Jianchen's attack? It's incredible. Is his strength as strong as Sun Jianchen's? No wonder he dared to ignore Li Qihua and even severely injure Chen Hao. He's really arrogant. Of course, there were some voices of opposition. H, this is just a sparring. Sun Jianchen naturally won't use his full strength. Otherwise, Fang Chen would be nothing. That's right. I've seen Sun Jianchen kill a Great Tribulation Venerable expert with one sword. That's right. If it's a life-and-death battle, Sun Jianchen will definitely win. After returning to his own mountain, the one-horned man ran over with a face full of excitement. Brother Fang, you're amazing, the one-horned man said excitedly. That was Sun Jianchen. The person in front of him was actually able to fight Sun Jianchen to a draw. It was truly unbelievable. In response, Fang Chen only smiled calmly. Everyone was discussing who was more powerful between Fang Chen and Sun Jianchen. In a hidden corner of the Starlight Holy Land, the pale-faced Li Qihua sat cross-legged as if he was waiting for someone. Voila! The void flickered as a figure descended from the sky. He's here. Li Qihua slowly opened his eyes and said in a low voice. Are you telling the truth? The newcomer was wearing a fiery red robe. His body was enveloped in a layer of powerful flames. He was the most monstrous genius of the Scarlet Sun Realm's younger generation, Supremacy Heavenly Sun, who was even more powerful than Li Qihua. The power of the flame bloodline in that person's body is very strong. It can devour my primordial fire, making me unable to retaliate at all. His cultivation is only at the mid-stage of the Holy Venerate realm, Li Qihua said slowly. After hearing Li Qihua's words, Supremacy Heavenly Sun's pitch-black eyes shot out a dazzling light. I'd rather kill 10,000 by mistake than let one go, Li Qihua said. Supremacy Heavenly Sun fell into deep thought. The importance of the Fire Origin bloodline to the Scarlet Sun realm was self-evident. If he could obtain it, stepping into the Great Tribulation Supremacy realm or even the Sector Lord realm wouldn't be a problem. He could even lead the Scarlet Sun realm to surpass the true martial domain and become one of the top forces in the ancient chaos. This was an opportunity that couldn't be missed. I'll take action tonight. After saying that, Supremacy Heavenly Sun's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Looking in the direction where Supremacy Heavenly Sun disappeared, Li Qihua smiled sinisterly. His murderous aura spread out. Fang Chen, tonight will be the day you die. In the pitch-black night, stars twinkled in the sky. The entire land was covered in a layer of silver. The chilly wind blew, as if there were evil spirits howling, giving people a very terrifying feeling. The one-horned man had already fallen asleep, while Fang Chen sat at the edge of the mountain peak, looking into the depths of the no-man's land. Senior, do you think they can succeed? Fang Chen asked. After a moment of silence, Kaizhong said, with your strength, it's too difficult to defeat that demon. Right now, Your only hope is to see how much of that demon's strength has been depleted over the countless years. Only then will you have a chance. But don't worry, I have some understanding of that demon. 3 days later, you will go together. If the situation doesn't seem right, I will guide you to escape immediately, Kaizhon said. Fang Chen nodded. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly frowned slightly. The Scarlet Sun Realm? Fang Chen felt a trace of fire seeping through the cold void. Apart from the Scarlet Sun Realm, who else could control fire to such an extent? Thinking of this, Fang Chen slowly got up and looked up at the sky. The people of the Scarlet Sun Realm had come for revenge. Since you're here, why don't you come out? Fang Chen asked. Crash. A fiery red light flashed in the void and turned into a cage that completely enveloped the entire mountain. The next moment, the Heavenly Sun Supremacy in a fiery red robe appeared. Heavenly Sun Supremacy? Fang Chen asked. Kid, since you know it's me, you should know why I'm here. The Heavenly Sun Supremacy carefully sized up Fang Chen and could clearly feel the fire bloodline in his body becoming restless. This meant that Li Chihua's guess was most likely correct. The Heavenly Sun Supremacy's eyes burned even brighter at this thought. Revenge for Li Chihua? Fang Chen shrugged. Humph, what's a mere Li Chihua? The Heavenly Sun Supremacy said proudly, I'm here today for the fire bloodline in your body. If you obediently hand over the power of your bloodline, I can spare your life. The Heavenly Sun Supremacy directly stated his intentions without any pretense. The Scarlet Sun Realm is most proficient in the Tao of Fire, and the fire bloodline is supreme in the Scarlet Sun Realm. The Heavenly Sun Supremacy of the younger generation in the Scarlet Sun Realm is here to ask for the power of the fire bloodline? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world? Humph, don't give me that. The Heavenly Sun Supremacy sneered. My fire cage has already sealed this place. Even if I kill you, no one will know. Moreover, I have 100 ways to make you obediently hand over the power of the fire bloodline. So don't waste your time trying to escape. It's useless. The Heavenly Sun Supremacy was extremely conceited and looked coldly at Fang Chen. Can I take it that you're indirectly admitting that the fire bloodline in the Scarlet Sun Realm is inferior to the one in my body? Fang Chen retorted. You. The Heavenly Sun Supremacy was furious and glared at Fang Chen. Don't be so glib. Do you think you can anger me by saying this? Whether the fire bloodline in the Scarlet Sun Realm is strong or not is not up to you, but the world. Your vision is too narrow, so you can't imagine what the world of the strong is like. The Heavenly Sun Supremacy said condescendingly, I, the Heavenly Sun Supremacy, am here tonight and will not give up until I achieve my goal. Of course, you can also consider joining the Scarlet Sun Realm. In that case, you and I can be brothers. The Heavenly Sun Supremacy changed the topic and tried to rope in Fang Chen. Cupping my fists, I don't want to join the Scarlet Sun Realm. As for the power of the fire bloodline in my body, if you have the ability, you can take it yourself. Fang Chen shook his head. Good, very good. The Heavenly Sun Supremacy sneered. Do you think you can be arrogant in front of me just because you defeated Li Chihua's primordial fire? If I attack, you will be reduced to ashes. The Heavenly Sun Supremacy had naturally heard of the battle between Fang Chen and Shenzhen Chen. However, that was only a spar and could not prove anything. Just as the Heavenly Sun Supremacy was about to attack, Fang Chen suddenly asked, Have you thought about the consequences if you fail today? The Heavenly Sun Supremacy was stunned for a moment before he said, Humph, I am naturally confident in my attacks. How can I fail because of your words? Seeing that the Heavenly Sun Supremacy was determined to kill him, Fang Chen also had the intention to kill. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Then, in the following battle, I will kill you at all costs. Fang Chen's voice reverberated in the air. There was a special kind of authority in his voice. However, the Heavenly Sun Supremacy only had one thought in his mind, and that was to strip Fang Chen's fire bloodline and merge it with his own blood. Chapter 3083. Boom. Purple flames surged from Heavenly Sun Supremacy's body. These flames contained an extremely cold aura that made one shudder. I'll let you have a taste of my Heavenly Sun cold fire. Heavenly Sun Sovereign growled as he pressed his palm down. Terrifying flames rapidly gathered in his palm as he swiftly struck out with his palm. Wherever Heavenly Sun Supremacy's palm passed, the void froze and came to a standstill. Fang Chen was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Heavenly Sun Supremacy to possess such a powerful flame. The Heavenly Sun Cold Fire is one of the most ancient flame orthodoxies. Once hit by it, unless you have an Emperor Primordial Spirit, you will be severely injured even if you don't die. Kai Zhon, who was in Dark Cave Mountain, urgently reminded Fang Chen. A primordial spirit of the Great Emperor realm was unattainable for supremacy gods. Even a monster like Fang Chen's primordial spirit was only at the Great Emperor realm. It was too difficult for him to step into the Great Emperor realm. Some people could reach the Emperor realm very quickly, but they would be stuck at the threshold for their entire lives, unable to step into the Great Emperor realm. Therefore, the only way to prevent one's primordial spirit from being frozen by the Heavenly Sun Cold Fire was to keep it away. Buzz! The power of the fire origin bloodline surged out. With a thought, Fang Chen condensed a palm print in front of him in the blink of an eye. This palm print blocked in front of Fang Chen, firmly enveloping him and forcefully resisting the attack of the Heavenly Sun Cold Fire. Boom! The entire ground was trembling, and the surrounding flame cage was swaying unsteadily, as if it would shatter at any moment. The fire origin bloodline barely blocked the Heavenly Sun Cold Fire's attack, but it wasn't enough. If he didn't have any other tricks up his sleeve, he would still be defeated. Fire origin bloodline? Heavenly Sun Supremacy could finally confirm that Fang Chen possessed the legendary fire origin bloodline when he saw Fang Chen activate the power of his bloodline. He licked his dry lips as a sinister smile appeared in his eyes. Heavenly Sun Cold Fire, freeze everything. As Heavenly Sun Supremacy roared, the power within the Heavenly Sun Cold Flame completely erupted. The extremely cold flame directly enveloped the palm formed by the fire origin bloodline and then devoured it. Crack! The moment the fire origin bloodline palm imprint bay swallowed it, it announced that Fang Chen had failed to block it. It's useless. Seeing that Fang Chen was still struggling, the Heavenly Sun Sovereign sneered and increased his strength. He controlled the Heavenly Sun Cold Fire and crazily attacked Fang Chen. Everything is over. The Heavenly Sun Sovereign seemed to have already seen Fang Chen's death. He would strip the fire origin bloodline from Fang Chen's body and merge it into his own blood to become the supreme ancestor of flames. There is only one expert in the Tao of Fire, and that is me, Supremacy Heavenly Sunday. Heavenly Sun Supremacy's heart was filled with excitement. Seeing the Heavenly Sun Cold Fire approaching, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. The Heavenly Sun Cold Fire is indeed very strong, but the person controlling it is only SOSO. Just as Fang Chen finished speaking, the extremely vast power of the black hole bloodline suddenly erupted. The terrifying bloodline power formed a terrifying black hole in front of him. What is that? The moment the black hole appeared, Supremacy Heavenly Sun felt his heart tremble and he exclaimed. However, it was already too late. The Heavenly Sun Cold Fire carried endless power and rushed into the black hole. Nothing in this world can stop the freezing of the Heavenly Sun Cold Fire. At this point, Supremacy Heavenly Sun couldn't care less anymore. He roared furiously and pushed the Heavenly Sun Cold Fire to the extreme, trying to freeze the terrifying black hole from the inside. Hiss! The black hole bloodline was the strongest bloodline in the world. After so many years, Fang Chen had completely merged with the black hole bloodline. In terms of bloodlines, the fire origin bloodline wasn't the strongest. The black hole bloodline was Fang Chen's trump card. The black hole in front of him was formed by the bloodline power and contained the terrifying power of the black hole. Black hole, annihilation. Fang Chen was like an unparalleled expert. He gently lifted his finger and had the aura of a ruler. Just as he finished speaking, the Heavenly Sun Cold Fire in the black hole shattered and was annihilated. At the same time, the terrifying power of the backlash sent Supremacy Heavenly Sun flying. Poochie. Supremacy Heavenly Sun spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground with a pale face. Supremacy Heavenly Sun hurriedly checked his body and was shocked to find that a strange power was corroding his organs. No! In a moment of desperation, Supremacy Heavenly Sun desperately pushed the Heavenly Sun cold fire to freeze it. However, it was to no avail. No, I will not allow this to happen. I, Supremacy Heavenly Sun, am the supremacy of the fire path. Supremacy Heavenly Sun had already entered a state of madness. He gritted his teeth and made a crazy decision. Crash. Supremacy Heavenly Sun opened his hands and slowly stood up. At the same time, the entire world froze. You should be proud to be able to force out my Heavenly Sun cold fire heart. Supremacy Heavenly Sun's face was ferocious as he said crazily, "Today, I will use the Heavenly Sun cold fire heart to freeze you so that you will never be reincarnated. This is a good chance." Kaijon exclaimed in Dark Cave Mountain. The Heavenly Sun cold fire heart is the source of the Heavenly Sun cold fire. If you can obtain it, you can possess the Heavenly Sun cold fire. Hearing this, Fang Chen was also tempted. That was the Heavenly Sun cold fire. In its ultimate state, it could freeze everything in the world. Black hole, annihilation. Fang Chen attacked first. The crazy devouring power of the black hole bloodline instantly erupted and enveloped the entire world, including Supremacy Heavenly Sun and the Heavenly Sun cold fire heart. It's useless, ha ha ha. Supremacy Heavenly Sun laughed crazily. In the center of his palm, there was a small white flame that gave people an incomparably frightening feeling. This was the Heavenly Sun cold fire heart. At this moment, it was releasing a cold aura that seemed to want to freeze everything. Freeze. Supremacy Heavenly Sun threw away all distracting thoughts and focused on killing Fang Chen. Hiss hiss hiss. In the beginning, the Heavenly Sun cold fire heart was able to resist the devouring power of the black hole bloodline. However, as time passed, it was unable to resist. In just a few breaths, Supremacy Heavenly Sun discovered this scene. How is this possible? He desperately activated the Heavenly Sun cold fire heart, but it was to no avail. The black hole bloodline was too strong. With his strength, he could not resist it at all. Crack. The black hole bloodline began to suppress the Heavenly Sun cold fire heart. If it was a great tribulation supremacy or a sector lord controlling it, I would not be able to do anything, Fang Chen murmured. Then, he waved his hand and the black hole bloodline erupted to the maximum. In the blink of an eye, it devoured the Heavenly Sun cold fire heart. Crash. Then, the black hole bloodline drilled into Fang Chen's body. No, how is this possible? Supremacy Heavenly Sun was shocked to find that his connection with the Heavenly Sun cold fire heart had been cut off. He could not accept this fact and screamed crazily. However, what greeted him was death. Die. Without the help of the Heavenly Sun cold fire, Supremacy Heavenly Sun's fighting strength was greatly reduced. He could not compete with Fang Chen at all. Crack. Flesh and blood splattered, and his primordial spirit shattered. At this moment, one of the Scarlet Sun Domain's prodigies was dead and injured. Supremacy Heavenly Sun was dead. Li Chihua was injured. Hiss. The flame cage that enveloped the mountain peak gradually dissipated with the death of Supremacy Heavenly Sunday. The dark night light shone on the ground again. A cool breeze blew past, and the mountain peak regained its calm. No one in the entire Starlight Sacred Ground knew that Supremacy Heavenly Sun had just died at the hands of Fang Chen. Crash. Fang Chen waved his hand, and a wisp of flame burned the last of Supremacy Heavenly Sun's body. Then, he sat cross-legged and merged into the darkness. Cave Ming Mountain. You have the fire origin bloodline. It's easy for you to absorb the Heavenly Sun cold fire heart, said Kaijon. Whether it was the Heavenly Sun cold fire or the fire origin bloodline, the essence was still the Tao of fire. Therefore, there was no such thing as mutual restraint. Everything in the world reinforced and restrained each other. It seemed that cold and hot should restrain each other, but in fact, they reinforced each other. Under Kaijon's guidance, Fang Chen successfully integrated the Heavenly Sun cold fire heart into the fire origin bloodline. Hiss. During this process, the Heavenly Sun cold fire changed. Fang Chen was pleasantly surprised. He found that the Heavenly Sun cold fire heart had become stronger after the baptism of the fire origin bloodline. With a thought, a small white flame appeared in the center of his palm. There were specks of red light mixed in the middle. Chapter 3084. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the sky was clear and there were no clouds in sight. Many prodigies gathered in front of the no-man's land, preparing to enter the depths of the no-man's land to kill the demon. Many of them smiled and nodded at Fang Chen when they saw him. Only Li Qihua was an exception. He stared at Fang Chen fiercely from a distant corner. Of course, he was actually rejoicing in his heart. Although you severely injured me, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had the chance to become the strongest prodigy in the Scarlet Sun realm, Li Qihua thought to himself. Li Qihua already knew that Supremacy Heavenly Sun had died 3 nights ago. When he first received the news, he was very shocked and angry at the same time. However, after thinking about it carefully, he calmed down. He had been unable to stand out in the Scarlet Sun realm because Supremacy Heavenly Sun was above him and had always suppressed him. However, this was an opportunity. If the Scarlet Sun realm lord knew that Supremacy Heavenly Sun had been killed, he would definitely be furious. At that time, Fang Chen would die and he would become the focus of the Scarlet Sun realm lord's training. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The Scarlet Sun realm won't let this matter rest after killing Supremacy Heavenly Sunday. Just wait for your death. One could imagine how big of a commotion this news would cause when it reached the Scarlet Sun realm. Even if the other party was Shenzhen Chen, the Scarlet Sun realm lord would still come to the true martial field to demand an explanation. Moreover, the person who had killed Supremacy Heavenly Sun was just a nobody. Everyone, today's battle will determine whether we can obtain opportunities in the no-man's land, Shenzhen Chen said loudly. Therefore, I hope that everyone can be prepared. After saying a few simple words, Shenzhen Chen raised his arms and shouted. Many martial artists entered the no-man's land. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A familiar aura, a familiar smell. Many martial artists swarmed into the no-man's land. A team in the southwest looked cautiously at Fang Chen, who was standing side by side with Shenzhen Chen. When it's time to kill the demon, find a chance to kill Fang Chen. The Sky Mountain Palace's disciples were surprised when they recognized Fang Chen. Unfortunately, the Starlight Sacred Land was isolated from the outside world and they couldn't send news back. Otherwise, they would have sent a message to the Sky Mountain Palace's land. The strength of the Hidden Star Palace Master is very strong. We must make sure that our preparations are foolproof. Otherwise, it's easy for us to fail. Another person said. Don't worry. When we kill the devil later, those experts will definitely be at the forefront. As long as they are restrained by the devil, they will definitely leave behind an opening. The first time he met Fang Chen, he invited Fang Chen to join him as an envoy of the Heaven Mountain Palace. From that moment on, the hatred between them was irreconcilable. After killing you, the Hidden Star Palace will also be destroyed. At that time, my Heavenly Mountain Palace will definitely rise, the Hall Master of Law said with a sinister smile. Everyone was fast. In the blink of an eye, they were close to the depths of the no-man's land. However, at this moment, Shenzhen Chen suddenly shouted, "Be careful." Boom. Demonic chi that blotted out the sky and covered the earth came whistling from the distant horizon. Many warriors quickly dodged. Of course, there were some weaker warriors who couldn't dodge in time and were attacked by the demonic chi. Crack. Those warriors who were hit by the demonic chi exploded. The demonic chi has found us. Full speed ahead. Shenzhen Chen roared. His body turned into a bright sword light and shuttled through the vast demonic chi, leading many warriors forward. Fang Chen was more relaxed for the others. That was because Kai Zhon had a very thorough understanding of that demon. Before the demonic chi got close, he already knew in advance. In addition, Fang Chen's attainments in spacetime were very strong. He was basically no threat. Senior, has the demonic chi found us? Fang Chen asked. He has already found us. This is just an appetizer. When we reach the depths of the no-man's land, he will definitely attack, Kai Zhon said. In the blink of an eye. After a few breaths, Shenzhen Chen stopped and floated in midair. At the end of his sight was a moving mountain. What is that? Some people shouted subconsciously. Fang Chen's pupils constricted. Was a moving mountain the legendary demonic qi? The demonic qi is suppressed in this starry sacred mountain. Kaizhong said, over the years, his aura seems to have weakened a lot. Maybe this time, you can really succeed. Kill. Led by Sun Jianchen, many warriors displayed their strongest killing moves and rushed toward the demonic qi. Rumble. The vast attack landed on the mountain and directly blew it up. Roar. A deafening roar came from the mountain. The demonic qi was angry. All of you must die. Streaks of black light shot out from the dilapidated mountain peak. These rays of black light turned into ripples in the void and quickly rushed into the crowd. Crack. The warriors who were entangled by the black ripples died on the spot, their bodies charred black. Attack the foot of the mountain. Fang Chen quickly moved closer to Sun Jianchen and said in a low voice. Sun Jianchen's eyes flickered when he heard this, but he didn't hesitate and roared. Everyone gathered their firepower and attacked the foot of the mountain. Roar. The demon let out an angry roar as the demonic qi in the mountain grew denser. Set up the array and follow the original plan. Sun Jianchen took the lead and went to the broken mountain. He became one with his sword and displayed the most brilliant attack. At the same time, the top prodigies of the other realms attacked together. Courting death. The mountain moved and spikes broke out from the ground and attacked Sun Jianchen and the others. According to the original plan, everyone who knew about arrays would work together to set up the array. Rumble. At that instant, a powerful formation appeared, temporarily trapping the mountain within it. Starry aura, explode. In the next moment, Sun Jianchen used all his strength to extract the starry aura from his body and exploded it. The others followed suit. The monstrous starry aura gathered together and exploded. That terrifying power was something that even sector lords didn't dare to face directly. Boom. 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 The broken mountain was flattened. The green rock that sealed the demonic qi appeared in everyone's sight. In the green rock, there was an evil old man with disheveled hair. His face was ferocious and he was struggling madly, trying to rush out. You all have to die for ruining my plans. The green rock floated in midair and shot out. Dong. One of the prodigies was caught off guard and was hit by the green rock. He instantly exploded and died. Continue to attack. The plan succeeded and the demonic qi was about to be eliminated. Whoosh. Just as the demonic qi killed a few cultivators, it suddenly attacked Fang Chen. Not good. Fang Chen didn't choose to fight the demonic qi head-on. Instead, he quickly fled. Right now. The people of the Sky Mountain Palace had been waiting for this opportunity. Die. When Fang Chen fled, the disciples of the Sky Mountain Palace who were lying in ambush swarmed forward and all their attacks landed on Fang Chen. Ha ha ha, let's see if you can survive this time. The actions of the disciples of the Sky Mountain Palace angered many people. You all are courting death. Boom. Before Fang Chen could make a move, someone attacked and killed the disciples of the Sky Mountain Palace. I am from the Sky Mountain Palace in the boundless world. The Hall Master of the Law Hall was killed before he could even finish his words. Although the disciples of the Sky Mountain Palace were killed in an instant, Fang Chen was affected. In the blink of an eye, the demonic qi caught up. Die. With an unparalleled force, the green rock crashed into Fang Chen. Buzz. At the critical moment, the Chaos Sword body was fully activated and enveloped Fang Chen. Even so, Fang Chen was still sent flying. Dong. His body landed heavily on the ground. His breathing was chaotic and he spat out blood. Just as Qing Shi was continuing to attack Fang Chen, Sun Jianchen led his men to launch a second attack and attacked Fang Chen. What's going on? Fang Chen was puzzled. The demonic qi has discovered me, so he wants to kill you immediately, Kaizhong said. While Kaizhong was speaking, the demonic qi started to kill. The array broke and cultivators died tragically in the hands of the demonic qi. For a moment, the battlefield was out of control. Many sky prides were injured. Even Sun Jianchen, who was at the forefront and had the strongest combat power, was covered in blood. For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 3085. Within the Bluestone, The demon's attack had reached an incredible level. Only a few top geniuses, including Shen Jianchen, could barely resist it. The other warriors couldn't do it at all. Retreat! Someone in the crowd shouted. Many warriors retreated one after another. Die! The blue stone hit Shen Jianchen and sent him flying. However, it also bought more time for the other warriors. Whoosh! 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 After hitting Shen Jianchen, the blue stone attacked Fang Chen again. Boom! When the blue stone hit Fang Chen, it instantly exploded. The entire ground was shrouded in thick smoke. The battlefield instantly fell silent. What's going on? Even Shen Jianchen suddenly got up and stared at the big pit on the ground. Did they die together? Shen Jianchen murmured. His divine consciousness couldn't sense Fang Chen's aura. This meant that Fang Chen was already dead. Is the demon dead? The remaining geniuses heaved a sigh of relief. The demon was finally dead. Although the result wasn't satisfactory, they didn't care about Fang Chen's death. Fang Chen died in order to kill the devil. From now on, he is my good brother, Shen Jianchen. If anyone dares to insult him, don't blame me for being rude. Shen Jianchen's voice resounded throughout the land. Everyone was shocked and nodded. Since the demon was dead, the only thing left was to look for opportunities. In the depths of the no man's land, the supreme treasure of inheritance would appear. In a mysterious place. Fang Chen sat cross-legged on the ground. His body was surrounded by rolling immortal star power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a moment, his injuries had healed and his face was much rosier. Are you okay? Kaizhong asked. Fang Chen nodded and then looked at the blue stone not far away. Senior, what's going on? Fang Chen asked in confusion. At that time, he only felt the immortal star core in his body suddenly rush out, followed by an explosive force. The next moment, he passed out. When he woke up, he found himself in a strange place. He was very confused. It should be caused by the star energy in your body, Kaizhong muttered. He was not the successor of the immortal emperor, so he naturally did not know about the existence of the immortal star core. This was because this was Fang Chen's unique power. Immortal star core? Fang Chen murmured as he looked inside his body. The immortal star core was still floating quietly. There was nothing strange about it. Wang. A message appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Then, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. He instantly understood the ins and outs of the matter. I see. Fang Chen clenched his fists, secretly delighted. Just as Kaizhong had guessed, the immortal star core had taken action at the critical moment. It had suppressed Qingshe and brought him here. This should be the place where the immortal emperor left his inheritance, right? Fang Chen murmured. The immortal scepter suddenly appeared. The demon is temporarily sealed. We need to quickly find the thing our master left behind. All right. The immortal scepter led the way. Soon, they found a stone door in the rugged cave. The stone door looked ordinary at first. However, when the immortal star energy released by the immortal scepter touched the stone door, a line of small words instantly appeared. You can only open this door by condensing 2 immortal star cores. This was the handwriting left by the immortal emperor. 2 immortal star cores? Fang Chen was delighted. He immediately activated the 2 immortal star cores and placed his palms on the stone door. Creak. The heavy stone door slowly opened. A dazzling light came from behind the stone door. What's that? Fang Chen saw that in the stone room, in addition to the star energy light cluster, there was a scepter. My origin. Seeing this, the immortal scepter was very excited. Swoosh. It turned into a long rainbow and came in front of the scepter. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The immortal scepter began to merge with its origin. And in Fang Chen's mind, there was an ancient voice. I left this star energy for the successor. Only by absorbing all of it can you activate the immortal scepter in its ultimate state. The ancient voice seemed to come from the distant past. In a moment, the immortal scepter had completely absorbed the origin. Buzz. Cheerful laughter came from the immortal scepter. After countless years, I finally found the origin. From now on, I will be restored to myself. As soon as the voice fell, a dazzling light burst out from the immortal scepter. At the same time, a vast amount of star energy rushed into it. "Is this the Emperor Realm?" Fang Chen exclaimed and looked at the immortal scepter, dumbfounded. On the scepter, complex patterns flickered. Each pattern seemed to contain an unimaginable power, and the aura emitted from it made one's primordial spirit palpitate. Other than an Emperor Realm weapon, what else could do this? Yes, after absorbing the origin, I have recovered to the Emperor Realm. The immortal scepter said, however, it is still difficult for you to control me and release the power of the Emperor Realm with your current strength. The star energy light cluster in the stone room was left by the old master for you. After you absorb it, you can barely condense the third immortal star core. You can temporarily control me to release the ultimate power. Fang Chen nodded and suppressed the joy in his heart. He began to absorb the star energy light cluster. A month later, Fang Chen condensed the third immortal star energy. His strength had skyrocketed, and his cultivation had reached the late-stage Holy Venerable realm. At this time, he could finally control the immortal scepter of the Emperor Realm. However, the power of an Emperor Realm weapon was too strong. Fang Chen's strength was limited, and he could not control it too many times. Controlling it once will consume all of my strength. And the immortal scepter needs to accumulate power. This process is very long. Fang Chen curled his lips and said, "In this state, I can only use it once a year at most." The immortal scepter of the Emperor Realm was Fang Chen's trump card. Unless it was a last resort, he would not use it easily. "Let's deal with the demon first," the immortal scepter said. Fang Chen nodded. Holding the immortal scepter, he returned to the place where the demon was sealed. The demon in the stone struggled desperately, as if it wanted to break through the restraints. Seeing Fang Chen, the demon was even more threatening. "I will kill you. A demon like you is a danger to the world. You should not exist." As soon as he finished speaking, the scepter smashed down. The stone shattered, and the demon fell. The whole process was smooth. The demon did not even have the slightest strength to resist. This was the terrifying attack power of the immortal scepter of the Emperor Realm. Too strong. Kaizhon was shocked and tongue-tied. During this period, other than Fang Chen, the other geniuses had more or less obtained some opportunities in the no man's land. They were wholeheartedly cultivating and accepting the inheritance. Of course, there were still some martial artists who were still running around, looking for opportunities. The entire Starlight Sacred Ground seemed to have returned to its original peace. However, outside the Starlight Sacred Ground, there was an undercurrent. Countless experts were hiding in the true martial mountain range, waiting for the geniuses to appear. The two geniuses of the Scarlet Sun Realm will definitely obtain the inheritance. The Scarlet Sun Realm Lord was secretly proud. However, he did not know that the Heavenly Sun Realm Lord had fallen, and Li Qihua was severely injured. On the other side, the Black Underworld Realm Lord had also come. Chen Hao's strength is obvious. Even Shen Jianchen may not be able to defeat him. Whenever he thought of Chen Hao, the Black Underworld Realm Lord was very excited. What would it be like to cultivate the Void Extreme Yin lineage to the extreme? Buzz. Suddenly, a weak voice came from the void. However, the several realm lords who came here in person trembled. How can we refuse the invitation of the true martial realm lord? After speaking, the several realm lords disappeared and headed to the core of the true martial realm. Peace returned to the true martial mountain range. As time passed, the aura in the true martial mountain range became more and more oppressive. At the entrance of the Starlight Sacred Ground, starlight shot out in all directions, as though it would open at any moment. I wonder what's the situation in the Starlight Sacred Ground. At this moment. Starlight Sacred Ground, no man's land. A shocking sword light shot up into the sky. It's Shen Jianchen. It seems like he has broken through. Too strong. The sword intent on his body is enough to kill me. It's only a matter of time before such an expert enters the realm of realms. Many people saw the dazzling sword light in the sky and immediately thought of Shen Jianchen. At the same time, rays of light with different auras shot up into the sky. In an instant, the sky above the no man's land was dazzling. Keek. I, Chen Hao, have finally cultivated a peerless evil technique. In a dark corner, Chen Hao stood. His body was filled with an incomparably evil aura. Chapter 3086. Even Fang Chen did not expect that when he used the immortal Emperor Scepter to kill the demon, the remnant consciousness of the demon would escape and enter Chen Hao's body. Chen Hao was no longer the genius of the underworld territory, but an evil cultivator. From today onwards, I am the evil cultivator Chen Hao. Chen Hao's face was ferocious, and his body emitted an evil aura. His eyes were scarlet and filled with a terrifying light. He had merged with the demon's remnant consciousness, and his strength had become abnormally strong. Buzz! He clenched his fist, and a terrifying aura spread out, causing the earth to tremble. His aura quickly rose to the peak. Great Tribulation Supremacy. He, Chen Hao, had gone through a lot of hardships, and even gave up his own heart to finally take that step and become a Great Tribulation Supremacy. There are 9 difficulties for a Great Tribulation Supremacy, but they are not difficult for me, Chen Hao. After I leave the Starlight Sacred Ground, I will find a secluded place to undergo the tribulation, Chen Hao said eerily. After merging with the demon's remnant consciousness, Chen Hao's hatred for Fang Chen was even greater. Fang Chen, it's all because of you that I ended up like this. The Starlight Sacred Ground will be your burial ground. I, Chen Hao, swear that if I don't kill you, I'm not human. Monstrous demonic aura flickered, and Chen Hao's body disappeared into the void. In the following period of time, countless martial artists in the Starlight Sacred Ground obtained opportunities and were extremely proud. However, it was also at this moment that an incomparably terrifying demon silently appeared. Evil cultivator Chen Hao, who used cruel means to attack his comrades. In a secluded place in the depths of the no man's land. 2 disciples of the underworld territory had just received the inheritance, and they had smiles on their faces. Haha, I didn't expect to get such an inheritance this time. This trip is really worth it. Yeah, it's a pity that senior brother Chen Hao's whereabouts are unknown. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to obtain the supreme inheritance. The 2 of them talked about Chen Hao as they walked. Speaking of Chen Hao, the 2 of them felt that it was a pity. I believe that senior brother Chen Hao will not be defeated. He will definitely return. That's right. Senior brother Chen Hao is a 1 in a million peerless genius of our Black Turtle territory. He created the Void Extreme Yin lineage and even obtained the favor of the Black Turtle territory lord. What can a mere Fang Chen amount to? Voila! Just as the 2 of them were talking, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared behind them. The 2 of them turned around abruptly, and when they saw who it was, their eyes widened in surprise. Senior brother Chen Hao. The 2 of them cried out in surprise. However, Chen Hao was expressionless. His body faintly emitted an evil aura. Senior brother Chen Hao, what's wrong? Your complexion doesn't look too good. Could it be that your injuries haven't healed yet? After saying this, the disciple realized that he had said something wrong and hurriedly shut his mouth. Hee. An eerie smile appeared on Chen Hao's face. Since you want me to rise again and climb to the top, then you will have to pay a price. Chen Hao laughed sinisterly and said in a deep voice. Let me think. What should I pay? Chen Hao pretended to think. Why don't I use your lives as a sacrifice? Senior brother Chen Hao. Seeing Chen Hao suddenly attack, the 2 disciples cried out in surprise and retreated. However, how could they be a match for Chen Hao? Crack! Chen Hao opened his big hands and instantly captured the 2 disciples. He then tore them apart and killed them instantly. Then, he sucked the blood of the 2 of them dry. The world is mocking me, Chen Hao. However, I will use your blood as a sacrifice to the former Void Extreme Yin lineage genius, Chen Hao. From today onwards, he was no longer the Void Extreme Yin lineage genius that everyone respected. He was the evil cultivator, Chen Hao. He wanted to use everyone's blood to pave the way for himself. This was just the beginning. In the following period of time, many disciples of different forces were more or less killed by Chen Hao. For a time, the news of the demon's reappearance was endless. The demon's reappearance. In the depths of the no man's land, Fang Chen was a little surprised. He knew better than anyone that he had killed the demon with the immortal scepter. The demon is dead. Kaijon also said, there must be someone behind this. Let's go and take a look. Fang Chen found some clues from the crowd's discussion and started to track down the so-called demon. As the strongest genius of the true martial field and the leader of the younger generation in the eastern region, he naturally wouldn't stand by and watch such a thing happen. Any demon should be killed. Sun Jianchen ordered, and many martial artists started to search for the demon. After hearing this news, Chen Hao's heart was filled with killing intent. Sun Jianchen, you want to kill me? Then, his figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Not long after, Chen Hao found Sun Jianchen. At this time, Sun Jianchen was in a hidden place, looking for the demon's tracks. Sun Jianchen. Chen Hao looked calm and walked slowly. Chen Hao. Seeing Chen Hao, Sun Jianchen was a little surprised. He thought that after being defeated by Fang Chen, Chen Hao wouldn't be able to recover. He didn't expect him to walk out of the haze so quickly. What are you doing here? Sun Jianchen asked. I'm here to borrow something from you. Chen Hao smiled devilishly and said. What is it? Sun Jianchen didn't care and asked directly. Whoosh. Suddenly, a monstrous demonic aura burst out from Chen Hao's palm. Following this, he threw a punch forward at lightning speed. Dong. Sun Jianchen was caught off guard and pulled out his sword to block. The powerful force passed through the long sword and shook his body. Deng. 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 Sun Jianchen's body was pushed back. After stabilizing his body, he stared at Chen Hao angrily. Chen Hao, what are you doing? I want to borrow your life. Chen Hao's face was ferocious and revealed his true face. You, seeing Chen Hao's current appearance and feeling the evil aura on him, Sun Jianchen instantly understood. You're the rumored demon? Sun Jianchen asked. So what if I'm a demon? When I reach the peak, who in the world dares to call me a demon? Chen Hao said. I heard that you, Sun Jianchen, want to kill me, so I'm here to find you. PH. Chen Hao of the Xuanwu territory, a monstrous genius who has the potential to reach the World Lord realm, is willing to degrade himself and become a demon. What a joke. Sun Jianchen said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. All of this was forced by you. Speaking until here, Chen Hao fell into madness. Rumble. Violent energy whizzed out and the entire space was shrouded in demonic aura. Chen Hao and Sun Jianchen, the two peak prodigies, fought together. No one knew what was going on here. However, not long after, a shocking piece of news spread. Sun Jianchen fought with the demon in the depths of the no-man's zone for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, he was defeated and disappeared. When this piece of news spread, it caused the people who were receiving the inheritance in the no-man's zone to panic. Fang Chen, who was moving quickly, stopped in his tracks. What's going on? Fang Chen frowned. He racked his brains but still couldn't figure out who the demon that fought with Sun Jianchen was. Senior. I know what you want to know. I can tell you with certainty that there are no other demons in the no-man's zone other than the one you killed. Kaijon said. Could it be that someone obtained the inheritance of the demon and went crazy? Fang Chen suddenly thought of this point. It's highly possible. But who in the younger generation can defeat Sun Jianchen? Fang Chen shook his head. In the distant horizon, evil cultivator Chen Hao stood on the clouds and was shrouded in demonic aura. His scarlet eyes were looking into the distance. That was where Fang Chen was standing. Fang Chen, it's time to fight to the death. Chen Hao said sinisterly, even Sun Jianchen, who is known as the strongest prodigy, was defeated by me. What right do you have to compete with me? Chen Hao was originally full of hatred for Fang Chen. At this moment, with the influence of the demon's remnant consciousness, Chen Hao forgot everything after seeing Fang Chen. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill this person. Fang Chen. Chen Hao said slowly. When the voice came out, it immediately alarmed Fang Chen. The latter turned around abruptly and was a little shocked when he saw Chen Hao. You're the demon that fought with Sun Jianchen, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Yes, it's me. Chen Hao and Fang Chen faced each other in the air. Their piercing cold voices slowly spread out. Chapter 3087. When Fang Chen faced off against Chen Hao, he already knew what was going on. Chen Hao cultivated an evil technique and became an evil cultivator. Shun Jianchen wanted to kill me but was defeated by me in the end. He fled and his whereabouts are unknown. Chen Hao said eerily, "What are you going to use to block my attack today?" Just as Fang Chen was about to speak, he felt a familiar aura. "He has the remnant consciousness of the demon on him." Kai Zhon exclaimed and hurriedly sent a voice transmission. "That day, when you killed the demon, his remnant consciousness escaped and merged with this person. That's why he hates you so much." Soon, Kai Zhon understood what had happened. At the same time, he hated Chen Hao. Merged with the demon's remnant consciousness? Fang Chen's lips curled up and revealed a strange smile. "Fang Chen, today, no one will be able to save you." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Hao directly attacked and a monstrous demonic aura burst out from his body. "Kill!" Chen Hao roared and his entire appearance seemed to have changed. The evil cultivator Chen Hao had completely revealed his true appearance. Invincible sword principle. Facing Chen Hao, Fang Chen was fearless and displayed the invincible sword principle. He swung the hidden star sword 7 times in a row and each sword represented a move of the invincible sword principle. There were a total of 7 moves and when they were performed together, their power reached the peak. Crack! Chen Hao clenched his fists and a vast demonic aura shrouded his fists. He suddenly punched out and smashed the first sword light that approached him. At the same time, he quickly blasted out countless fist shadows. The battle here was too big and earth-shattering. Soon, it attracted many martial artists in the no man's land. "Look, there's a shocking battle in the depths of the no man's land. Who is fighting? What a terrifying demonic aura. Could it be that someone is fighting with the demon?" The sky prides of the various realms hid in the dark and quickly approached the battlefield. When they saw the appearance of the person who was fighting, they cried out involuntarily, "That's Fang Chen? How can it be? Didn't he die with the demon? Why are you here? He's too strong. Every strike of his seems to be able to trigger a change in the rules." Everyone's hearts trembled. The potential that Fang Chen displayed was too tyrannical, leaving them in the dust. However, when they saw the person fighting Fang Chen, they were even more dumbfounded. They couldn't imagine it. Hey! Why is the demon fighting Fang Chen so familiar? Chen Hao of the Black Turtle Territory. Damn it, did Chen Hao join the devil? Judging from the demonic aura emanating from his body, he must have cultivated a demonic art. For a moment, everyone was incomparably furious. As a human martial artist, it was natural for him to hate the devil. But now, Chen Hao had openly practiced an evil technique and became a heretical cultivator. To think that a heaven's pride of the underworld territory would do such a heartless thing. Damn it. Many people in my sect have died at the hands of Chen Hao. He wants to pay with blood. Many people became restless, wanting to help Fang Chen. However, after weighing the pros and cons, they still chose to watch from the side. Because at this moment, the battle between the two was too earth-shattering, and they couldn't get close at all. Evil demonic hand. Chen Hao, who had fought fiercely with Fang Chen, didn't seem to want to waste any more time. He shouted in a low voice and spread out his big hand, resonating with the terrifying demonic aura in the sky. It's all over. The evil demonic hand was the devil's life's work, and its attack power was extremely strong. If it wasn't for his remnant consciousness, Chen Hao wouldn't have been able to control it. Practicing an evil technique, you must die. Fang Chen's cold voice also spread rapidly between heaven and earth. Seeing that Chen Hao's demonic hand was about to reach him, Fang Chen took out the immortal scepter. To completely destroy the devil, he had to use the immortal scepter in the Emperor realm. Otherwise, the remnant consciousness would definitely escape again. This time, Fang Chen didn't want to give him any chance. Kill. Fang Chen forcibly activated the power in his body and madly injected it into the immortal scepter. Dong, dong, dong. A thunderous sound came from the immortal scepter, and then a terrifying aura quickly spread out. At this moment, everyone who was secretly watching was stunned and speechless. Crack. The immortal scepter, with its supreme strength, pierced through the demonic hand and bombarded Chen Hao's body. No! Seeing this, Chen Hao's heart was filled with fear. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. I hate. After saying these two words, Chen Hao's body instantly collapsed, and was completely destroyed, along with his primordial spirit. The remnant consciousness was also directly refined by the immortal scepter. Whoosh! Whoosh! Between heaven and earth, a violent wind blew. Seeing that the devil had completely fallen, Fang Chen's body was extremely weak, and he sat on the ground, panting. He could only use the immortal scepter once a year. In this short period of time, he had used it twice in a row. This time, he had used up all his strength, and even injured his internal organs. Fang Chen is injured. He's too strong. Even Chen Hao couldn't resist. Just as everyone was shocked, a ray of light suddenly shot out from the crowd. Fang Chen, die. The person who came was Li Chihua. He had been hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity. Sensing that Fang Chen's aura was weak, he attacked without hiding anything. Despicable. Some people cursed secretly, while others tried to stop him. However, Li Chihua came prepared. With a wave of his hand, primordial fire burned the sky, temporarily blocking everyone. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Fang Chen. Buzz! The hidden star sword stood in front of Fang Chen, and a terrifying sword Dao aura shrouded its master. The sword trembled, and a furious sword cry sounded. Stop! At this moment, a ray of light shuttled through the void, as fast as lightning. Everyone didn't even see any trace of Fang Chen, but he was already gone. Who saved Fang Chen? Someone exclaimed. Who else could it be? The others looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Who else could be so amazing other than Kong Changyu of the Void Realm? Damn it, Kong Changyu, you and I are irreconcilable. Li Chihua was furious that Kong Changyu saved the fat meat in his hand. In a hidden place. The void rippled, and Kong Changyu suddenly appeared and put Fang Chen on the ground. Brother Fang, are you okay? Kong Changyu put his palm on Fang Chen's back, and an endless stream of power was injected into his body. After a while, Fang Chen's face eased a little. Thank you, Fang Chen said with difficulty. I didn't expect Chen Hao to cultivate an evil technique, Kong Changyu said angrily. Even if Brother Fang didn't do it, I would have done it and killed him. Before this, Fang Chen didn't see Kong Changyu and thought that he didn't come. He didn't expect Kong Changyu to save him at the critical moment. Brother Fang, don't worry. With me here to protect you, you can rest assured and recover from your injuries, Kong Changyu continued. Fang Chen nodded and didn't waste any more time. He closed his eyes and began to heal his injuries. At the same time, the news of Chen Hao hiding in the evil path and becoming an evil cultivator quickly spread. Countless martial artists were denouncing Chen Hao. However, when they learned that Chen Hao had been killed by Fang Chen, they were extremely happy and excited. Evil cultivator Chen Hao deserves to die. He betrayed mankind and willingly became the lackey of evil cultivators. Killing 9 generations of his family is already a light punishment. I will report this matter to the Realm Lord and ask him to go to the Underworld Realm to ask for an explanation. Yes, the Underworld Realm should be responsible for this matter. Countless discussions were heard. As time passed, the opening of the Starlight Holy Ground was getting closer and closer. Half a month later, Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes. His injuries were almost healed. Brother Fang is worthy of being a genius. Such recovery ability is amazing, Kong Changyu said with a smile. Due to some matters, he had delayed his arrival for a long time. After hearing about Fang Chen's deeds, he admired him even more. Thank you for taking care of me all this time, Brother Kong. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. Kong Changyu shrugged and said, it's not a big deal. It's just a small matter. Brother Fang has made a great contribution this time. Although you killed Chen Hao, the Underworld Realm Lord won't dare to target you. Fang Chen nodded. After leaving the Starlight Holy Ground, Brother Fang, what do you plan to do? Kong Changyu asked. Return to the boundless world, Fang Chen said. Don't you plan to explore the other dangerous places in the true Martial Mountain range? Fang Chen shook his head. He had been away for a long time. He didn't know how the hidden Star Palace was doing. He needed to return as soon as possible. Chapter 3088. The trip to the Starlight Sacred Ground lasted for half a year before it finally came to an end. On this day, the Starlight Sacred Ground trembled and the fog in the No Man's Land quickly dispersed. The entire No Man's Land looked brand new. Are we leaving? Many people looked at the sky with a smile. They had experienced too much in the Starlight Sacred Ground. It wasn't easy to survive. At the same time, they were very grateful to Fang Chen. If not for him, they would have died in the hands of Chen Hao. Dawn. Just as everyone was waiting, thick dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky. Then, the dark clouds exploded. It was as bright as a mushroom cloud. A terrifying aura spread out. In the end, the Void Gate appeared. Let's go. Martial artists swarmed forward like a swarm of bees. A moment later, the Starlight Sacred Ground was empty. In the true martial mountain range, when the last person left, the Void Gate closed. This also meant that the Starlight Sacred Ground was officially closed. No one knew when it would appear again. They're out. The most emotional one was Kaijon. He was very excited and couldn't wait to contact his good brother, the true martial realm lord. However, at this moment, countless powerful auras descended. Many martial artists trembled and kept retreating. Realm Lord! Someone exclaimed. The first person to appear was the Black Underworld Realm Lord. Beside him, the Scarlet Sun Realm Lord also appeared. After that, the Skyheart Realm Lord and the others appeared. Fang Chen glanced around. There were a total of 4 Realm Lords. Their eyes swept across everyone as if they were looking for their own Realm Lords. Where's Chen Hao? The Black Underworld Realm Lord glanced at everyone and found that Chen Hao wasn't there. Everyone looked at each other and didn't dare to speak. Tell me, what happened? Why isn't Chen Hao here? The Black Underworld Realm Lord was a little angry. He reached out his hand and grabbed a weak martial artist and asked sternly, Lord Realm Lord, speak. Under the gaze of the Black Underworld Realm Lord, this person stuttered and told the story. Presumptuous. With a slap, the Black Underworld Realm Lord killed him. Speak. The Black Underworld Realm Lord grabbed another person and asked him. This person was so scared that he trembled and fainted. What happened? The Black Underworld Domain Lord was furious. Black Underworld Ruler. Shun Jianchen, whose face was slightly pale, took a step forward and said, They are telling the truth. Even if you ask them 1,000 times, the answer will be the same. Impossible. How could Chen Hao be a heretic? You must have plotted to kill him. The Black Nether Domain Lord was infuriated. He raised his hand and slapped towards Shun Jianchen. What does it count as for a world overlord to deal with a junior? In front of Shun Jianchen, a green-robed Sector Lord appeared and blocked the attack of the Black Underworld Sector Lord. Clear Dust Realm Lord. The Black Underworld Territory Lord raged, They are lying. How can the geniuses of my Black Underworld territory be slandered as evil cultivators? That's the truth. If you don't believe me, you can ask them, Shun Jianchen said firmly. That's right. This is what everyone saw. In order to pursue unparalleled strength, Chen Hao abandoned himself and became an evil cultivator. He even killed the innocent. Many people were mercilessly killed by him. Even Brother Shen was heavily injured by him, Kong Zhongyu said. You are lying. If what you said is true, then if Chen Hao wanted to start a massacre, who would be able to walk out of the Starlight Sacred Ground alive? The Black Underworld Domain Lord raged. If it wasn't for Brother Fang, we would all be dead, Kong Zhongyu said coldly. At the crucial moment, Brother Fang took action and killed Chen Hao. Boom. The aura of the Black Underworld Domain Lord grew stronger. His eyes were sharp as he stared at Fang Chen. You killed Chen Hao? He is an evil cultivator, Fang Chen said calmly without any fear. Who do you think you are? Even if Chen Hao is an evil cultivator, I should be the one to kill him. The Black Underworld Domain Lord vented his anger on Fang Chen. Boom. He slapped out with his palm. Extreme yin energy shot towards Fang Chen. Dong. 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 The Clear Dust Domain Lord helped Fang Chen to block the attack of the Black Underworld Domain Lord. Black Underworld Domain Lord, Chen Hao is a genius of your Black Underworld domain. However, he betrayed the human race. Shouldn't you give the true Martial Domain Lord an explanation? The Clear Dust Domain Lord was a little angry. I will explain this matter to the true Martial Domain Lord. But today, I must kill him. No one can stop me. The Black Underworld Domain Lord and the Clear Dust Domain Lord confronted each other, wanting to kill Fang Chen. Swoosh. The void was torn apart as a voice came from afar. Fang Chen killed an evil cultivator. What crime did he commit? Hearing this, everyone's heart palpitated. This was the voice of the true Martial Domain Lord. Even he was alarmed. Everyone looked at each other and then looked at the Black Underworld Domain Lord. The latter slowly retracted his palm that was raised in the air. True Martial Domain Lord. The Black Underworld Domain Lord spoke to the void. I will investigate this matter to the bottom. When the time comes, I will look for you to explain. After speaking, he glared fiercely at Fang Chen and flew away. After the Black Underworld Domain Lord left, the pressure on everyone lessened. Kong Changyu turned his head and nodded lightly at Fang Chen. Many thanks, Senior. Fang Chen clasped his fists. No need to thank me. I have already heard about what happened in the Starlight Sacred Ground. For the sake of the big picture, you didn't hesitate to risk your life. This is a fearless spirit. It is worthy of praise. The Clear Dust Domain Lord said. Boom. The moment the Black Underworld Domain Lord left, a fiery red light appeared on the body of the Scarlet Sun Domain Lord. The flames soared into the sky and the temperature in the air rose to the extreme. Scarlet Sun Domain Lord, what are you doing? The Clear Dust Domain Lord asked. Dong dong dong. The Scarlet Sun Domain Lord walked step by step towards Fang Chen. You killed the Heavenly Sun Domain Lord. As soon as these words came out, it caused a huge commotion. Even the other Domain Lords were stunned. This guy's cultivation was only at the Paragon realm. How did he do all this? Everyone, including Shen Jianchen, was at a loss. The Scarlet Sun Domain's strongest genius, the Heavenly Sun Domain Lord, was killed by Fang Chen in the Starlight Sacred Ground. Wasn't this news too shocking? Everyone's gaze turned towards the Scarlet Sun Domain Lord. When they saw Li Qihua at the side, they understood. Thinking about it, the Heavenly Sun Domain Lord was avenging Li Qihua and was killed by Fang Chen instead. Thinking of this, Shen Jianchen's mouth twitched. He was speechless. What happened? The Clear Dust Domain Lord was also stunned. What? You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it. The Scarlet Sun Domain Lord was aggressive. Li Qihua has already told me everything. Don't try to deny it. Fang Chen glanced at Li Qihua and said slowly, that's right. The Heavenly Sun Domain Lord was killed by me. Li Qihua provoked me verbally and was severely injured by me. The Heavenly Sun Domain Lord came to seek revenge and threatened to kill me. I retaliated, but who would have thought that he was so weak? Fang Chen's words were merciless. The Scarlet Sun Domain Lord was infuriated. Clear Dust Domain Lord, Chen Hao is an evil cultivator. Fang Chen killed him. It's reasonable for you to stop the Black Underworld Domain Lord. But now, he killed my Scarlet Sun Domain's genius for no reason. I hope you won't interfere in this matter. As he spoke, the Scarlet Sun Domain Lord came in front of Fang Chen. His terrifying aura suppressed Fang Chen, making him unable to move. How can the Scarlet Sun Domain Lord be so magnanimous? Fang Chen was not afraid of the Scarlet Sun Domain Lord. HMPH, pretentious. The Scarlet Sun Domain Lord sneered and was about to attack. No matter what the reason was, the Heavenly Sun Domain Lord was the future of the Scarlet Sun Domain. Someone had to be responsible for his death. Domain Lord. Kong Changyu and Shen Jianchen looked at the Clear Dust Domain Lord, waiting for him to attack. However, the Clear Dust Domain Lord was in a difficult position. Die. The Scarlet Sun Realm Lord attacked, his palm devouring heaven and earth, burning space and time. Fang Chen stood there quietly, unmoved. Everyone felt pity for him and shook their heads one after another. Whoosh. A brilliant ray of light flashed across the sky and arrived before Fang Chen, encapsulating his figure. Dong. The Scarlet Sun Realm Lord's attack was blocked by the resplendent light. True Martial Realm Lord, what is the meaning of this? The Scarlet Sun Realm Lord was furious. Huala. A tall figure slowly walked out of the void. The strongest expert of the Eastern region, the Realm Lord of the True Martial Realm Lord, had actually personally arrived. Everyone was shocked and tongue-tied. It's normal for the younger generation to fight against each other. Heavenly Sun Revered's skill was inferior, so it's nothing much for him to die in the hands of little friend Fang. The True Martial Realm Lord slowly said. Could it be that only your Scarlet Sun Realm's disciples are allowed to kill, and no one else is allowed to kill them? Boom. The True Martial Mountain Range was in an uproar. The Realm Lord of the True Martial Realm had actually stood up for Fang Chen. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 3089. Previously, when the Black Underworld Territory Lord attacked, the True Martial Territory Lord only shouted. But now, he appeared personally. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Everyone looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes. To be able to make the True Martial Territory Lord attack for him, it was enough to see how important he was in the True Martial Territory Lord's heart. Even the Clear Dust Realm Lord of the True Martial World was astonished. If he stopped the Black Underworld Territory Lord because Fang Chen killed evil cultivator Chen Hao and made a contribution to the Eastern region, it was still reasonable. However, Fang Chen had killed the Heavenly Sun supremacy of the Scarlet Sun boundary. Logically speaking, the True Martial Boundary Lord would not interfere in such a personal grudge. But now, he appeared personally. True Martial Territory Lord, you want to help this kid? The Scarlet Sun Territory Lord asked in a deep voice, the overbearing flames on his body instantly restrained. Scarlet Sun Territory Lord, let's go back. The True Martial Territory Lord shook his head and said slowly. Although his voice wasn't loud, it contained an unquestionable attitude. Seeing this, the Scarlet Sun Realm Lord glanced at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. Then, he cupped his fists at the Realm Lord of True Martial Realm. All right, since the Realm Lord of True Martial Realm has stepped forward, I will not pursue this matter. Only the True Martial Territory Lord had the ability to make the hot-tempered Scarlet Sun Territory Lord let go of the hatred in his heart. Let's go. The Scarlet Sun Territory Lord grabbed Li Qihua and disappeared into the True Martial Mountain Range. Many martial artists were left looking at each other, their hearts filled with shock. The Skyheart Territory Lord and the others looked at Fang Chen seriously, trying to see through him. Not simple. The Skyheart Territory Lord sighed. Yes, a Saint Venerable could kill Chen Hao and the Heavenly Sun Territory Lord. It's really shocking. After the Skyheart Territory Lord and the other Territory Lords greeted the True Martial Territory Lord, they nodded at Fang Chen and left in a hurry with their disciples. Follow me. The True Martial Territory Lord brought Fang Chen out of the mountain range. Clear Dust Realm Lord, True Martial Realm Lord, do you know Fang Chen? Shun Jian Chen woke up from his shock and hurriedly asked. The Clear Dust Realm Lord shook his head, I don't know either. Kong Chang Yu was even more dumbfounded. This fellow isn't simple. He actually made the True Martial Realm Lord take action for him. It won't be long before his name spreads throughout the 9 great realms of the Eastern region. Kong Zhongyu pondered for a moment before he turned and left. The trip to the Starlight Holy Land came to an end. Some cultivators chose to leave, while others continued to explore the other danger zones. As for Fang Chen, he was currently conversing with the real Martial Domain Lord. Looking at the amiable old man in front of him, Fang Chen found it hard to imagine. The person in front of him was none other than the legendary strongest Realm Lord of the Eastern region, the Realm Lord of the True Martial Realm Lord. Sector Lord. Fang Chen cupped his fists and said, "Come out." The True Martial Realm Lord faintly spoke. A moment later, the dark cave mountain flickered as a phantom appeared in the air. Sector Lord. The illusory Kai Zhon was incomparably agitated, and his body was trembling. After so many years, I finally get to see you again. Seeing his good brother once again, the True Martial Realm Lord was also filled with emotions. Fang Chen walked to the side, not interrupting the conversation between the two brothers. After a long time, Kaijon and the true martial realm lord both walked over. Little friend Fang, thank you very much this time. The true martial realm lord said seriously, I, the true martial realm lord, owe you a favor. If you need anything in the eastern region, feel free to ask. Hearing this, Fang Chen was secretly delighted. A favor from the true martial realm lord was relatively important. Thank you, Sector Lord. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. Little friend Fang, you don't have to do this. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to come out of the Starlight Holy Land. From today onwards, you are my brother. If you need anything, feel free to ask. Kaijon smiled and said. In the following time, the three of them chatted for a while. The true martial realm lord was quite curious about Fang Chen. He simply asked about his cultivation process. After knowing that he was in the boundless world, the true martial realm lord chuckled and said, Are you interested in coming to the true martial realm? Fang Chen said apologetically, Sector Lord, I still have some things to do in the boundless world. After I'm done, I will definitely come to the true martial realm. Alright, I won't keep you any longer. The true martial realm lord smiled and said. Fang Chen bade farewell to the two of them. Looking at Fang Chen's back, Kaijon said, How is this boy? His future is limitless. The true martial realm lord sighed and said, His attainments in the sword Dao are not much better than mine. Even Shen Jianchen is ashamed of his inferiority. Moreover, he also has the chaos sword body. In terms of physical strength, he is also unparalleled. When I was talking with him just now, I felt that his primordial spirit is extremely powerful. It has already reached the complete Emperor realm. Hearing this, Kaijon exclaimed. His primordial spirit could reach the complete Emperor realm with the cultivation of a Saint Venerable. Wasn't this too exaggerated? In the entire eastern region, there are few who can match him in the younger generation. This was the true martial realm lord's evaluation of Fang Chen. If this were to spread out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Sword Dao, physical body, soul Dao. Every one of them has monstrous potential. Such a prodigy might not even appear in an era. The true martial realm lord said thoughtfully. In the process of Fang Chen returning to the boundless world, the incident that happened in the true martial mountain range was spreading at the fastest speed. Of course, the boundless world was quite far from the true martial realm. So, the news had not spread over yet. In this trip to the Starlight Sacred Ground, the boundless world's martial artists were completely annihilated. Especially the Sky Mountain Palace, they suffered even more losses. A few days later, Fang Chen returned to the Hidden Star Palace quietly. He flew in the sky and looked down. He suddenly realized that there were people fighting. Hey! Isn't that the dim shadow assassin? Someone is chasing after him. Fang Chen recognized the dim shadow assassin. Someone from the Sky Mountain Palace. A trace of cold killing intent flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. He stomped his feet and landed on the ground. Dong. At this moment, there was an explosion in the void. The dim shadow assassin was seriously injured and flew out. Crash. Fang Chen gently stretched out his palm and caught the dim shadow assassin. You're dead, dim shadow assassin. You've been killing my Sky Mountain Palace's disciples for so long. This time, I'll tear you to pieces. H, you think you can be safe after joining the Hidden Star Palace? Let me tell you, it won't be long before the Hidden Star Palace's master falls. At that time, the Hidden Star Palace will also be destroyed. The four of them joined forces and sent the dim shadow assassin flying. However, at this moment, they found Fang Chen behind the dim shadow assassin. The dim shadow assassin turned his head. After seeing Fang Chen, his eyes widened in disbelief. Kid, who are you? How dare you meddle in our business? One of the two Disaster's junior tribulation supremacies asked. Haven't you always wanted to kill me? I'm here now. Fang Chen shrugged. Let's go, the dim shadow assassin said worriedly. Fang Chen shook his head. Leave this to me. Go back and heal your injuries first. After saying that, he pushed the dim shadow assassin away and stepped in front of the four tribulation supremacies. The master of the Hidden Star Palace? At this time, the four of them finally reacted. Their eyes were full of killing intent. Die! The two disasters Junior Tribulation Supremacy who had spoken earlier roared and rushed toward Fang Chen. Dong! A punch as fast as lightning hit the Junior Tribulation Supremacy's body. Crack! His body instantly exploded. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and his primordial spirit shattered. He was killed in one blow. This, the dim shadow assassin was dumbfounded. Let's kill him together. Seeing this, the three of them attacked angrily. However, to the current Fang Chen, they were too weak. Boom! 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 He threw out 3 punches in a row, mercilessly hitting the 3 of them. 2 of them died on the spot, and the remaining 1 quickly retreated. How is this possible? The only Tribulation Supremacy who survived was extremely shocked. How can you be so strong? Are you afraid now? It's too late. As he spoke, the hidden star sword whistled out. The space-time sword explosion was instantly used, and the power of the immortal stellar core surged out. Whoosh! The dazzling sword light tore through the sky and pierced the head of the Tribulation Supremacy. His body fell limply to the ground. Until his death, he did not understand how the master of the Hidden Star Palace had become so strong. The shadow killer on the side rubbed his eyes hard. Instant kill? His heart trembled. How long had it been, and Fang Chen's strength had become so powerful? Could it be that he has the strength to rival a realm lord? Chapter 3090. The Hidden Star Palace was now under attack. The Sky Mountain Palace and the Desolation Palace had formed an alliance to besiege the Hidden Star Palace. The situation is not good. On the way back, the Shadow Killer said in a deep voice. After Fang Chen left, he also used his Shadow Killer to kill countless disciples of the Desolation Palace and the Sky Mountain Palace. However, it still did not cause too much damage to the 2 palaces. 3 of the 5 territories of the Hidden Star Palace have already been occupied by the Sky Mountain Palace. The Shadow Killer explained what had happened during Fang Chen's absence. Only the Bloody Battle Territory and the Shenyuan Territory have not fallen. The Shenyuan Territory was guarded by Vice Palace Master Kai Chiu. Unless the Sky Mountain Palace completely fell out and sent out a Great Tribulation Venerable expert, it would be difficult to take over. Needless to say, the Bloody Battle Territory was the core of the Hidden Star Palace. With Vice Palace Master Shuizhan and many experts guarding it, it was still safe. Let's go back first. A strange look flashed across Fang Chen's eyes after he heard the whole story, and he said, "Don't worry." Soon, the 2 returned to the Hidden Star City. When Vice Palace Master Shuizhan learned that Fang Chen had returned, his face was full of joy. "Palace Master, you're finally back." Vice Palace Master Shuizhan smiled bitterly. "During your absence, the Hidden Star Palace had a hard time. Fortunately, the Shadow Killer was secretly interfering. Otherwise, the Sky Mountain Palace would have devoured us. And the Desolation Palace, relying on their alliance with the Sky Mountain Palace, was eyeing us covetously. The Dark Territory was occupied by them." "I know, leave it to me." Fang Chen nodded gently. On the second day of Fang Chen's return, a deafening sound suddenly came from outside the city. Vice Palace Master Shuizhan's face instantly turned gloomy. "It must be the people from the Desolation Palace. They come here every day to clamor. Let me kill them." The Shadow Killer could not hold back the anger in his heart and said coldly. Whoosh! Fang Chen slowly got up. Under his calm face, there was a trace of anger. "Let me do it." Since he was back, he had to shock the Sky Mountain Palace and the Desolation Palace. The Desolation Palace? This lesson will definitely be unforgettable for all of you. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Chen's figure flickered and arrived at the city wall in the blink of an eye. He floated in the air and looked down. The leader of the Desolation Palace was an elder of the 3 disasters minor tribulation supremacy. "Xiahou Yuan is an honored guest of my Desolation Palace, yet he was brutally killed by the Hidden Star Palace's Palace Master for no reason. Today, we have come to demand an explanation." "You want an explanation?" Fang Chen said all of a sudden. Immediately, the elder of the Desolate Palace noticed Fang Chen. "Hidden Star Palace Master, after being a coward for so long, you finally dare to show your face." The little tribulation master of 3 disasters sneered. Fang Chen walked out of the void step by step. Have you ever thought about the price you'll have to pay to get an explanation from me? Fang Chen asked calmly. H, you're just a sacred venerate. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you killed a few 2 disasters minor tribulation supremacies? The little tribulation supremacy of 3 disasters minor tribulation supremacy said disdainfully. Fight me if you have the ability. Otherwise, you'll have to kill yourself. Boom. A monstrous aura surged out of Fang Chen's body. He looked down and said coldly, since you want an explanation, I'll give you one. Buzz. Fang Chen clenched his fists and a violent power gathered in his palms. The 2 immortal star cores were instantly activated and rich immortal star power merged into his palms. Boom. In the next moment, he threw out a punch. This was his most powerful punch. Even a great tribulation supremacy would not dare to face it head-on. Rumble. A deafening sound came from the sky. A terrifying fist light tore through the sky and swooped down at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Child's play. Seeing this, the elder of the desolate palace sneered and threw out a punch. Take my punch. The elder of the desolate palace's fist quickly collided with Fang Chen's fist. Crack. The terrifying power penetrated the elder of the desolate palace's fist and instantly penetrated his body, destroying his internal organs. Oh no! When he realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Crack! As he screamed in horror, his physical body shattered. His flesh and blood splattered and his soul scattered. However, this was not the end. After killing the elder of the 3 disasters minor tribulation supremacy realm, Fang Chen's fist did not stop. It still swooped down with an imposing aura. Dong. When this fist smashed into the ground, the entire ground caved in. The people of the desolate palace who came with the elder were all killed. Not a single one survived. In the city, everyone was dumbfounded. They shook their heads frantically, as if they could not believe what had happened in front of them. Is this true? Even the vice palace master Shuizhen could not believe it. After a short silence, a thunderous roar came from the city. Everyone was shouting the 4 words Hidden Star Palace Master, their voices shaking the heavens. Since the establishment of the Hidden Star Palace, we have always been humiliated by the Sky Mountain Palace and the Desolate Palace. From today onwards, as the Hidden Star Palace Master, I officially declare war on the 2 palaces. Fang Chen's words ignited the blood of everyone in the Hidden Star Palace. He's too strong. At this moment, the shadow assassin was in awe of Fang Chen. He was too strong. Even a great tribulation supremacy realm expert was not as strong as him. For a moment, he even had the idea of relying on Fang Chen. He was even glad that he had cooperated with the Hidden Star Palace. The news of destroying the people of the Desolate Palace with a single blow was extremely shocking and quickly spread. However, Fang Chen did not stop. He came to the dark territory at the fastest speed. How dare you? This is the territory of the Desolate Palace. Leave quickly. A guard saw Fang Chen's arrival and berated angrily. This is clearly the dark territory of the Hidden Star Palace. When did it become the Desolate Palace's territory? Fang Chen asked. How dare you? The guard was furious and directly attacked, wanting to capture Fang Chen. Poochie. Facing the guard who was close at hand, Fang Chen flicked his finger and a bloody hole appeared on the guard's head. Then, Fang Chen's voice, which contained great power, spread out. People of the Desolate Palace, listen to me. Leave the dark territory quickly. Otherwise, the Hidden Star Palace will completely kill you. Bastards of the Hidden Star Palace, how dare you come here? How dare you challenge the Desolate Palace? You are courting death. For a moment, countless warriors rushed out from all directions and surrounded Fang Chen. Boom. Fang Chen attacked and the result was obvious. After a quarter of an hour, all the people of the Desolate Palace in the Dark Territory were dead. After that, Fang Chen used his absolute strength to conquer the other 2 territories. At this point, the 3 territories that had fallen were once again returned. At this time, the news that Fang Chen had killed the minor tribulation master of 3 disasters with one strike spread completely. After the Desolate Palace and the Sky Mountain Palace heard the news, they were shocked. At the same time, they were also very angry that the small Hidden Star Palace dared to declare war on them. They were courting death. In the meeting hall of the Sky Mountain Palace. Sky Mountain Palace Master, you already know what happened. What do you think? The Desolate Palace Master asked. The Hidden Star Palace Master's potential is too strong. The speed of his growth is shocking. If we let him continue to grow, he will become the biggest obstacle to our two palaces. The black-robed Sky Mountain Palace Master's face was gloomy. From the analysis of the report, this guy's strength is comparable to a Great Tribulation Master, the Sky Mountain Palace Master said. No matter what, we can't let him continue to live this time. Fang Chen's strength was comparable to a Great Tribulation Master. This also meant that if a Great Tribulation Master did not appear, no one would be able to compete with him. But we can't ignore Realm Lord Wu Yue's orders. This was what the Desolate Palace Master was most worried about. I'll go look for Realm Lord Wu Yue now. After saying that, the Sky Mountain Palace Master's figure flashed and disappeared from the meeting hall. In the core of the boundless world, boundless city. In a solemn palace, the Sky Mountain Palace Master stood respectfully on the ground. There was a bronze throne at the front, and Realm Lord Wu Yue was sitting on it. What's the matter? Realm Lord Wu Yue asked. Realm Lord, back then, in order to protect the Hidden Star Palace Master, you issued an order that powerhouses above the Great Tribulation Master are not allowed to attack him. But now, we have received information that the Hidden Star Palace Master's strength is comparable to a Great Tribulation Master, and he has been slaughtering our disciples, the Sky Mountain Palace Master said. Oh! Realm Lord Wu Yue muttered. Realm Lord, you want the 36 palaces under your command to compete with each other and continuously improve. But this has to be based on the principle of fairness. The problem now is that the Hidden Star Palace Master has broken the balance. If he can defeat us fair and square, we will be willing even if the Hidden Star Palace destroys the Sky Mountain Palace. But now, the Sky Mountain Palace Master said a lot and waited for Realm Lord Wu Yue's decision. The latter pondered for a moment and glanced indifferently at the Sky Mountain Palace Master. Since that's the case, I take back my previous order. Hearing this, the Sky Mountain Palace Master was secretly delighted. Thank you, Realm Lord. All right, you may leave. Realm Lord Wu Yue waved his hand. After the Sky Mountain Palace Master left, Realm Lord Wu Yue took out his communication jade pendant and sent a lot of information. True Martial Mountain Range, Starlight Sacred Ground, Killed Black Turtle Realms Chen Hao and Scarlet Sun Realms Heavenly Sun Realm? Realm Lord Wu Yue murmured, and the corners of his mouth rose, revealing a smile. This guy's potential is really beyond my expectations. Realm Lord Wu Yue said. Moreover, the most shocking thing is that the true Martial Realm Lord actually personally came out to stop the Scarlet Sun Realm Lord for him. This news seemed to make Realm Lord Wu Yue think of something. He pondered for a moment and made a decision. This child has boundless potential and can be nurtured with emphasis. If I can improve further, it won't be a problem for me to defeat Shen Jianchen and become the strongest person among the younger generation in the eastern region. Fang Chen came from the boundless world. Furthermore, he possessed the Chaos Sword body. He was a natural-born physique cultivator. The stronger he was, the more face Realm Lord Wu Yue would have. Moreover, Realm Lord Boundless also had his own thoughts. This time, I'll give you a chance. I'll let you do whatever you want. Let's see how far you can go. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 3091. After Realm Lord Wu Yue nodded, the Sky Mountain Palace Master immediately returned to the Sky Mountain Palace and began to make arrangements. There was no need for the Hidden Star Palace to continue to exist. He wanted to destroy it as quickly as possible. At the same time, he issued one order after another. The army of the Sky Mountain Palace marched out, passing through countless cities and headed towards the Hidden Star Palace. Such a blatant attack was naturally noticed by the Hidden Star Palace immediately. After Fang Chen subdued the 3 territories, he hurriedly returned to the Hidden Star Palace. From now on, you will be in charge of the 5 territories. Fang Chen transmitted his voice to Kai Chiu. No matter what happens, you must ensure that the 5 territories are not infiltrated by spies. Don't worry, Kai Chiu replied. After instructing Kai Chiu, Fang Chen stood on the city wall and looked at the distant sky. There, on the barren plain, there was suddenly a cloud of dust that flew up and covered the entire sky. A powerful aura rushed towards him. Fang Chen knew that the people of the Sky Mountain Palace had arrived. Roar! A deafening roar came from the other side. Fang Chen knew that the people of the Desolation Palace had also arrived without even turning his head. Moreover, the person leading the team this time was the Desolation Palace Master. He was considered one of the best among the Great Tribulation Supremacies, but he personally led the team. It was enough to see how much he hated Fang Chen. Rumble. The two forces converged in front of the Hidden Star City and forced the Hidden Star Palace to surrender. Fang Chen, you dare to kill the people of the Sky Mountain Palace. You deserve to die. Today, the Sky Mountain Palace will flatten the Hidden Star Palace. The 5 territories under the Desolation Palace were forcibly taken away by you. If it weren't for Realm Lord Wu Ya's order that Great Tribulation Supremacies are not allowed to take action, how could you have survived until now? The Desolation Palace Master roared angrily. Now that Realm Lord Wu Ya had given the order, Great Tribulation Supremacies could take action. This time, they were bound to annihilate Fang Chen in one fell swoop. Fang Chen raised his head, glanced at everyone, and grinned. What's wrong? The Baron Ancestor, the Heavenly Mountain Palace Lord, and the Heavenly Mountain Ancestor didn't come. The 3 of them were experts close to half-step universe god level. If they were there, Fang Chen might be afraid. However, what was a mere desolate palace master worth? To deal with an ant like you, why would the palace master and the ancestor need to personally take action? The person who spoke was the leader of the team from the Sky Mountain Palace. He was Shan Hong's master and also the senior brother of the Law Hall's head. In the Sky Mountain Palace, he was known as the Dragon Mountain Taoist. Obediently commit suicide here and I can let all the disciples of your Hidden Star Palace go, the desolate palace master sneered. Fang Chen shook his head and shrugged. As long as I'm here, the Hidden Star Palace will exist. His voice contained a wisp of determination. His attitude was very firm, and he had no intention of compromising. Since that's the case, I'll kill you. The Dragon Mountain Taoist growled and attacked like thunder. All of you, hold the fort here. Let me kill the Hidden Star Palace Master. As soon as the Dragon Mountain Taoist's voice fell, he leaped and released an extremely powerful force above his head. This was the power of 9 disasters. As everyone knew, the 3rd minor realm of the god level was the Tribulation Master level. The Tribulation Master level was divided into Junior Tribulation Master and Grand Tribulation Master. The difference between them was the 3 disasters and 9 disasters. Any Junior Tribulation Master had to pass through the 3 disasters to succeed. As for Grand Tribulation Master, he had to pass through the 9 disasters, and every disaster was extremely difficult. Once he passed through the 9 disasters, he would be able to break through to the Legendary Sector Lord level. However, there was only a grey light above the Dragon Mountain Taoist's head. This meant that he had only passed through 1 disaster. First disaster, Grand Tribulation Master? Fang Chen murmured, and a bright light shot out from his dark eyes. It was time to let the world know what Fang Chen was capable of. Huala. Fang Chen quickly raised his palm and made a grabbing motion towards the void. Suddenly, the star-concealing sword appeared. Rumble. Majestic sword chi shot up to the sky and shrouded the entire world. The atmosphere in the air was extremely oppressive, and the sword chi on Fang Chen's body pierced through time and space. The chaotic sword body was also activated to the extreme. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and performed the 7th move of the invincible sword technique, the space-time sword explosion. Buzz. The 2 immortal star cores in his body were fully activated, and the violent immortal star power was injected into the hidden star sword. Buzz. The sound of the sword resounded through the sky. Fang Chen flicked his wrist and slashed out with the sword. Immediately, a crack was torn open in the vast sky. At the same time, the hidden star sword exuded a terrifying power. Die. Seeing this, Dragon Mountain Taoist sneered again and again. His attack was incomparably powerful as it bombarded the hidden star sword. Crack! When the hidden star sword hit Dragon Mountain Taoist's body, it cut off his arms as if they were tofu. Ah! Daoist Dragon Mountain let out a miserable shriek. Then, his body was cut in half by the sword. The violent immortal star power corroded Dragon Mountain Taoist's internal organs, and in the blink of an eye, his vitality was completely gone. Boom! The body that was cut in half suddenly exploded, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The whole place shook vigorously. Countless martial artists were dumbfounded. Their hearts were trembling, and their bodies were shaking. A terrifying aura quickly spread out, and layers of powerful ripples slowly spread in the void. Roar! In Hidden Star City, countless martial artists were celebrating. This scene was too shocking. The Palace Master killed a Great Tribulation Supremacy with a sword. This was too powerful, right? On the other hand, the people from the Sky Mountain Palace and the Desolation Palace were completely dumbfounded. A trace of fear appeared in their hearts. Even the Desolation Palace Master was a little stunned. How is this possible? The Desolation Palace Master cried out. Dragon Mountain Taoist may have only passed one tribulation, but he is extremely powerful. He kept shaking his head, unable to accept the fact in front of him. Whoosh! Fang Chen stood on the city wall with the hidden star sword in his hand. The Sky Mountain Palace and the Desolation Palace have repeatedly attacked the Hidden Star Palace. From today onwards, the Hidden Star Palace will launch a counterattack. Anyone who insults the Hidden Star Palace will be killed without mercy. Fang Chen's long sword pointed at the place where Dragon Mountain Taoist died. This scene was extremely shocking. At the same time, it also greatly mobilized the momentum of the Hidden Star Palace. They were celebrating. You killed Dragon Mountain Taoist? After being stunned, the Desolation Palace Master pointed at Fang Chen and scolded angrily. Dragon Mountain Taoist is an elder of the Sky Mountain Palace, but you killed him. You are dead. The Sky Mountain Palace Master will not let you go. Fang Chen sneered. If I didn't kill him, would the Sky Mountain Palace let me go? In the face of Fang Chen's question, the Desolation Palace Master was speechless for a moment. Fang Chen swung his long sword and pointed at the Desolation Palace Master. Originally, I had no intention of becoming enemies with the Desolation Palace. However, you have repeatedly tried to kill me. If it weren't for someone saving me, I would have died in your hands. Fang Chen said calmly, today, you have been harassing and attacking the Hidden Star Palace. With all kinds of grievances added together, we have long been irreconcilable. The Desolation Palace Master tried hard to calm the shock in his heart. He snorted coldly and regained his calm. Hidden Star Palace Master, you are too arrogant. The Desolation Palace Master said, Dragon Mountain Taoist is strong, but he is only a tribulation supremacy. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you killed him? Fang Chen did not speak and looked straight at the Desolation Palace Master. I have to admit that your potential is strong. You are the only one I have met in countless years. Even in the Eastern region, no one can compare to you. Unfortunately, you will die in my hands in the end. The Desolation Palace Master was a tribulation supremacy. He was very confident in his strength. Is that so? Fang Chen said. Dragon Mountain Taoist also said the same thing, but he is dead, and I am still alive. No matter how strong you are only a saint venerable martial artist, and I am a tribulation supremacy. This is the gap. The gap between realms cannot be made up with other things. The Desolation Palace Master said sinisterly, so, accept the baptism of death. Fang Chen flicked his sleeve, come at me if you have the guts. This battle was the battle to establish the Hidden Star Palace's position. They must fight with momentum. Therefore, Fang Chen was not prepared to hold back. Boom! Fang Chen waved his hand, and a shocking stone tablet soared into the sky. When it flew to the highest point of the sky, countless rays of light fell from the stone tablet. The rays of light fell extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it connected with the ground, forming a light curtain with a powerful aura. Dragon Ceiling Formation. As the voice fell, the sealed sky tablet in the sky suddenly swooped down. As it swooped down, the falling rays of light also constantly changed their trajectory. Dong! Amidst everyone's shock, the sealed sky tablet fell with endless power, forming the core of the dragon sealing formation. Formation, rise. Fang Chen suddenly raised his palm, and immediately, violent power surged in the dragon sealing formation. This was the strongest state of the dragon sealing formation, with the sealed sky tablet as the core of the formation, and the power of the sealed sky tablet as the foundation. Humph, a mere formation, and you want to trap me? Seeing Fang Chen set up the dragon sealing formation, the Desolation Palace Master did not panic at all and sneered. However, when he looked at the sealed sky tablet, his eyes were slightly burning. Time, stop. At the same time, Fang Chen looked at the Desolation Palace Master and spat out 4 words. Suddenly, everything in the dragon sealing formation became quiet. The restless power instantly stopped, and even time stopped flowing. The Desolation Palace Master's body was also stiff on the spot. Fang Chen raised the hidden star sword again and performed the space-time sword explosion. How can you resist my attack now? Fang Chen looked down at the Desolation Palace Master from above and asked coldly. The Desolation Palace Master was shocked. How is this possible? His heart was filled with great shock. However, at this critical moment, he had to break the time stop first. Buzz! In the Desolation Palace Master's dantian, a scorching aura quickly spread out. At the same time, countless bright lights scattered in all directions, and there were some subtle changes in the spacetime in front of him. An ant will always be an ant. Even if he has mastered a powerful ability, he can't defeat the strong. The Desolation Palace Master was arrogant and looked down on Fang Chen and the Hidden Star Palace from the bottom of his heart. When I trample you under my feet, you will understand that all your efforts are in vain. Foundation can't be made up with other means. The Desolation Palace Master said coldly, my foundation is not something you can imagine. Chapter 3092. The foundation of the Desolation Palace was not something that the Hidden Star Palace could compare to. No matter how strong the Hidden Star Palace Master's potential was, the gap in cultivation realm could not be made up. Although the Hidden Star Palace Master's strength was beyond the Desolation Palace Master's imagination, the Desolation Palace Master was still fearless. However, the Master of the Desolate Palace did not show any fear. Instead, a look of disdain appeared on his face. Crack! When an extremely terrifying aura emerged from his dantian, a trace of ripple appeared in the surrounding still void. Desolation, destruction. At this time, the Desolation Palace Master stomped his foot and his entire body instantly rose by a lot. He stepped on the void and his pitch-black eyes stared at Fang Chen as he said sinisterly. After he finished speaking, a terrifying aura descended from the soles of his feet and spread across the ground. Wherever that aura passed, not even a blade of grass grew. This is the Desolation Aura? Fang Chen said in a low voice when he saw the situation. You should be proud to be able to die under my Desolation Aura. The Desolation Palace Master sneered and his cold voice came from the void. Back then, the Desolation Palace was built because there was a desolate dragon stone mineral vein buried under the Desolation Palace's headquarters. The first Desolation Palace Master took a fancy to this desolate dragon stone mineral vein. Hence, he built the palace there and named it the Desolation Palace. The desolate dragonstone was a very special mineral. It contained an extremely powerful desolation aura. The desolation aura could cause many plants to wither and could even cause a martial artist's vitality to dry up. Almost every Desolation Palace Master would go deep into the underground mineral vein to absorb a large amount of desolation aura to temper their bodies. All along, the Desolation Aura had been the trump card of the Desolation Palace. However, the Desolation Palace Master had no other choice now. He used it without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the Desolation Aura filled the entire land. Fang Chen's time stop also suffered a great impact. However, it was a super powerful space-time doctrine technique after all. Even the Desolation Aura could not completely remove the effect of time stop. Time stop. Fang Chen opened his palms and countless brilliance fell from his palms. In the next moment, the ripples in the void stopped. At the same time, the the world around the Master of Desolation Palace calmed down again. Even though he had the chi of desolation protecting him, his movements were still somewhat restricted. Kill. The Desolate Palace Lord also realized this problem. He wanted to kill Fang Chen before time stop completely froze. Desolation. He let out a furious roar and spread open his palms. A terrifying desolation aura rapidly gathered together. Finally, he struck out with his palm. This palm strike was earth-shattering, as if it was going to tear the entire sky apart. Space-time sword explosion. With the combination of time stop, the power of the space-time sword explosion was even more powerful. At the same time, the immortal star power in his body gushed out crazily. A powerful consciousness floated in the air, and the vast power of the Soul Tao condensed into a powerful soul spear. Kill. Fang Chen let out a furious roar as his frenzied attacks collided with the palm of the Master of the Desolate Palace. Dong. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The terrifying desolation aura spread and surged in the void as if it was going to devour the sky. The hidden star sword and the palm of the Master of the Desolate Palace collided, and a powerful force erupted as the two of them clashed. Hiss hiss hiss. Just as the two of them were engaged in an intense battle, a terrifying suction force suddenly filled the air. The strongest bloodline in the world, the black hole bloodline, buzz. As soon as the black hole bloodline appeared, it displayed an extremely strong suction force. The vast bloodline was like a terrifying black hole that devoured the world. Hiss hiss hiss. The desolation aura that the Master of the Desolate Palace was proud of couldn't resist the suction force of the black hole bloodline. In the blink of an eye, the desolation aura was completely devoured by the black hole bloodline. Without the protection of the desolation aura, the power of the Master of the Desolate Palace decreased sharply. Catcher. The power of the hidden star sword increased again, and it instantly exploded as it slashed down. Clang. The palm of the Master of the Desolate Palace was instantly broken and fell to the ground. Blood spurted out as a miserable cry came out of his mouth. No. At this moment, the Master of the Desolate Palace felt a trace of horror as he cried out miserably. However, Fang Chen's thunderous attacks came wave after wave, and he couldn't resist at all. Without the desolation aura, what do you have to fight me? The hidden star sword cut through the sky and pierced through the head of the Master of the Desolate Palace. Dong. The Master of the Desolate Palace fell just like that. The whole place shook vigorously. In Hidden Star City, countless martial artists were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe everything that had happened before their eyes. Not only did he kill Daoist Dragon Mountain, but he also killed the Master of the Desolate Palace. Wasn't he too strong? Most importantly, the Master of the Hidden Star Palace was only a holy venerate. The Master of the Hidden Star Palace had broken an iron law. Before him, the strongest holy venerate could only match a junior tribulation supremacy. However, after him, a holy venerate could actually kill a senior tribulation supremacy. This was an earth-shattering change. If the news were to spread, it would definitely shock the entire primordial chaos. Even those high and mighty sovereigns would pay attention to this place. Run. The troops of the Desolate Palace and the Sky Mountain Palace were filled with fear. It was unknown who shouted, but immediately, the vast and mighty crowd dispersed like a swarm of bees. Want to leave? Fang Chen sneered. He had given them a chance back then, but they didn't cherish it. Those who dare to provoke the Hidden Star Palace will be killed without mercy. Fang Chen pressed his hand down. Instantly, the entire world came to a standstill. Kill them and protect the Hidden Star Palace. Under the leadership of the Vice Palace Master Xuezhon, the people of the Hidden Star Palace rushed out of the city and mercilessly killed the people of the Sky Mountain Palace and the Desolate Palace in the wasteland. Due to Fang Chen's heaven-defying time stop, the people of the Sky Mountain Palace and the Desolate Palace couldn't move at all and were slaughtered. Rip. Cold light flashed, and one by one, the martial artists fell into a pool of blood. The wasteland was instantly dyed red with blood. Fang Chen stood on the city wall with his hands behind his back, looking at all of this indifferently. In this world, the strong were respected. If one wanted to live, then one must learn to be cruel. If he didn't kill them today, he might die in their hands soon. The Hidden Star Palace was created by him, and he would never allow any force to destroy it. This was also a method to intimidate the enemy. Slaughtering the troops of the Sky Mountain Palace and the Desolate Palace, as well as beheading the Dragon Mountain Daoist and the Desolate Palace Master, was to announce to the world that the Hidden Star Palace was not something that anyone could provoke. In the blink of an eye, the joint army of the Sky Mountain Palace and the Desolate Palace was completely annihilated. Corpses piled up like mountains, and blood flowed like rivers. The entire wasteland was filled with the cold smell of blood, and the howling of countless ghosts was endless. Take away all of their Sumeru rings. Vice Palace Master Shuizhan stood in a pool of blood and commanded everyone. In a short while, they had finished cleaning up. At this time, Fang Chen stepped out and floated above the wasteland. You all go back first. Everyone retreated and returned to the city. Crash. Fang Chen spread out his hands, and terrifying flames instantly filled the sky. Burn. Purify. The fire burned, and in the blink of an eye, a huge sea of fire appeared on the wasteland. Within the sea of fire, the flames burned everything. Corpses piled up like mountains, blood spread all over the wasteland, the smell of blood in the air, and so on. Everything completely disappeared from the world after being burned by the flames. After doing all this, Fang Chen flung his sleeves and returned to the Hidden Star Palace. This day was destined to be the most dazzling day of the Hidden Star Palace. Once the news spread, the entire boundless world was in an uproar. The 36 palaces were all shocked. Some of the palace masters were tongue-tied, and some did not dare to believe it. Even Realm Master Wu Ya was a little stunned, and then laughed wildly. Fang Chen's strength was beyond his expectations, and it made him even more delighted. Continue to pay attention. I want to see how strong this guy is, and how terrifying his strength has reached. This was Realm Master Wu Ya's order. In addition, the other palaces were inquiring about Fang Chen's news. Some wanted to be on good terms with the Hidden Star Palace, and some thought that the Hidden Star Palace Master's potential was too strong, and he would be a great threat in the future. They wanted to borrow the hands of the Sky Mountain Palace and the Desolation Palace to destroy him. The Sky Mountain Palace and the Desolation Palace were the most furious. The joint army of the two palaces came out in a mighty manner and pressed down on the Hidden Star City. However, they were all wiped out in the end. Even the Dragon Mountain Daoist and the Desolation Palace Master were killed. Fang Chen's action completely angered the two palaces. Chapter 3093. Sky Mountain Palace. Although it could only be considered average among the 36 palaces in the boundless world. However, since it could establish a palace, its foundation was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Now, someone had seriously challenged the dignity of Sky Mountain Palace. If Sky Mountain Palace did not take action, how could they survive in the boundless world in the future? I'm afraid Sky Mountain Palace's old ancestor will not be able to sit still this time. Who would have thought that a weak martial artist from back then would grow to this level? The news that came from True Martial Domain's True Martial Mountain Range was even more shocking. Hidden Star Palace Master actually killed Scarlet Sun Domain's Heavenly Sun Domain and Black Turtle Domain's Chen Hao. What does this mean? Most importantly, True Martial Domain's Domain Lord personally stepped in for him. This is thought-provoking. The palace masters of each of the 36 palaces were discussing among themselves. They knew that there would definitely be a storm coming. They only needed to watch the show in the dark and wait for the war to end before making a decision. Whether Sky Mountain Palace and Desolation Palace were destroyed or Hidden Star Palace collapsed, the following battle was very crucial. Of course, many palace masters were still guessing Boundless Realm's attitude. Now that Desolation Palace Master had taken action, it was obvious that Boundless Realm had taken back his original order. In that case, was he also secretly watching which side he supported? News about Fang Chen spread in the boundless world. Many people even took the opportunity to spread the news. Sky Mountain Palace, in a dazzling palace. This palace was called the Sacred Palace. It would not be opened normally. It would only be opened when the Sky Mountain Palace was in a life-and-death crisis. Today, the doors of the Sacred Palace were open, and an endless stream of experts entered. Inside the Sacred Palace, Sky Mountain's old ancestor sat at the highest position. His hair was white, and his face was withered. He looked like an old man who was about to die. However, no one dared to ignore him. Beside him was the Tianshan Palace Master. He stood quietly. Every time someone entered the sacred palace, he would nod in acknowledgement. Not long after, no one came in from outside the sacred palace. The Sky Mountain Palace Master looked down. There were a total of 20 people. These 20 people represented the various palaces. "Everyone, it's my honor to have you all here," Sky Mountain's old ancestor said slowly. "Ancestor of Tianshan, what are you saying? Back then, if it weren't for you, the betrayal of my Blackwater Palace would not have been suppressed so easily. Now that the Heaven Mountain Palace has encountered such a thing, how can my Blackwater Palace sit by and do nothing?" The person who spoke was Blackwater Palace Lord. "That's right. What happened to the Sky Mountain Palace today is our tomorrow. If we don't work together to get rid of this brat, he will definitely become a great threat in the future." Many of the palace masters who came today stood together with the Sky Mountain Palace and intended to deal with the Hidden Star Palace. Including the Hidden Star Palace, there were a total of 37 palaces. 11 of them chose to stand with the Sky Mountain Palace. The rest chose to wait and see. 11 palaces. In addition to the Desolate Palace and the Heaven Mountain Palace, there were a total of 13 palaces. Although they were all palaces belonging to lower middle forces, when all these forces gathered together, it was still shocking enough. Some of them were there to return favors, while others were there to exchange benefits with the Celestial Mountain's ancestor. In short, they had come to the sacred palace for the same purpose. "Old ancestor of Tianshan, I wonder where the Realm Lord is," the Scarlet Mountain Palace Master asked. As soon as he spoke, he attracted the attention of many people. Although Realm Lord Boundless did not care about the battles between the 36 palaces, this time was different from the past. The other party was the Hidden Star Palace Master. Realm Lord Boundless had once issued an order not to allow Great Tribulation supremacies to take action for him. Who could guarantee that Realm Lord Boundless would not appear when they dealt with the Hidden Star Palace? Immediately, everyone looked at each other, waiting for the Celestial Mountain's ancestor to speak. A smile appeared on the Celestial Mountain's withered face. He slowly said, "Everyone can rest assured about this problem." Before the army of the Sky Mountain Palace was dispatched, the Palace Master personally went to Boundless City to meet Realm Lord Boundless. Although the Realm Lord did not say it explicitly, his attitude has already made it clear that he will not interfere in this matter. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "In that case, what are we waiting for? Let's go together and directly kill the Hidden Star Palace Master," the Blackwater Palace Master said. According to the analysis of the intelligence, the Hidden Star Palace Master's cultivation should be at the late-stage Holy Venerate realm, but his true combat strength has already surpassed that of a 3-disaster tribulation supremacy. I even suspect that he has reached the 5th disaster or even the 6th disaster level. The Scarlet Mountain Palace Master pondered. Such strength has already surpassed most of the Palace Masters. In the territory of the Boundless Realm, he can already be considered a top tribulation supremacy. If nurtured, with his potential, it will not be long before he can step into the realm of a Realm Lord. The Scarlet Mountain Palace Master only wanted to make one point clear. The Hidden Star Palace Master was a formidable opponent, and he could not be underestimated. Moreover, it is rumored that the Hidden Star Palace Master's sword skills are extremely powerful, and he even has the heaven-defying space-time stop ability. Before dealing with him, we must be careful and not fail miserably. Hearing this, the Blackwater Palace Master directly said, "Scarlet Mountain Palace Master, aren't you overestimating that guy? How strong can a mere late-stage Holy Venerate be, no matter how strong he is? His heaven-defying space-time stop ability is a joke in my opinion. The Desolate Palace Master's death can only be attributed to his inferior skills. In the face of absolute strength, everything was fleeting clouds. Although some of us here are not as strong as the 5th disaster and 6th disaster supremacies, we can easily defeat them. But if we join forces, we can even kill the 9 Grand Tribulation supremacy in seconds. So, as long as we join forces, the Hidden Star Palace will be destroyed." The Blackwater Palace Master was extremely confident because when he was young, he was also known as a genius. Now, he was a fifth disaster supremacy and could fight above his level. Everyone. The voice of the heavenly mountain patriarch drew everyone's attention back. In the following time, he began to explain to everyone how to deal with the hidden star palace. Once the 13 palaces worked together, they would definitely exterminate the hidden star palace and not leave any future trouble. Therefore, everything had to be planned properly. With the heavenly mountain palace as the leader, the other palaces were secretly plotting to destroy the hidden star palace. However, in these few days, an unexpected and mysterious guest came to the hidden star palace. Hidden Star City, City Lord Manor. Fang Chen, a man in a star robe, sat in the garden and drank to his heart's content. Ha ha ha, you have quite a lot of good wine. The man in the star robe took a gulp and finished the wine in the cup with a smile. Since Big Brother Deadstar is here, how can I not take out the best wine to entertain you? Fang Chen said. You brat, this wine must have come from Lu Xingkong, right? Fang Chen was stunned for a moment and then gave the Deadstar Realm Lord a thumbs up. As expected of Big Brother Deadstar. You can even taste this. Fang Chen said, I once met Lu Xingxing in the immortal Divine Mountain and obtained some of his good wine. By the way, Big Brother Deadstar, why did you suddenly come to the boundless world? Fang Chen remembered that the Deadstar Realm Lord had always been guarding the Deadstar Realm and almost never went out. My clone is guarding the Deadstar Realm. My original body came this time to discuss some matters with the true Martial Realm Lord. I heard about your news from him and specially came to see you. Oh. Fang Chen was puzzled. Why was the Deadstar Realm Lord looking for the true Martial Realm Lord? Don't underestimate the true Martial Realm Lord. To be able to become the strongest Realm Lord in the Eastern region, his strength is not as simple as it seems. The Deadstar Realm Lord said meaningfully. Moreover, the true Martial Realm Lord also has a backer in the Northern region. The Deadstar Realm Lord was famous in the immemorial primal chaos and was a peak Realm Lord. In comparison, the true Martial Realm Lord was much less famous. The reason was that the true Martial Realm Lord had never entered the Northern region. Otherwise, his name would have spread far and wide. At the same time, Fang Chen was also shocked. The Deadstar Realm Lord actually came in person. It should be an extremely important matter. Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you. How long has it been since we last met? You have already grown to such an extent. Truly enviable. Deadstar Realm Lord said with a smile while looking at Fang Chen. I'm just lucky. The Deadstar Realm Lord shook his head. If one is lucky and can obtain the recognition of a bloodline king, wouldn't everyone in the immemorial primal chaos become one of the candidates for the bloodline king? Being able to obtain the recognition of a bloodline king was a kind of capital in itself. Chapter 3094. It wasn't something an ordinary person could do to call Emptiness Star Sector Master brother. Although Emptiness Star Sector Master was only a sector lord, he was famous and had a high status in immemorial chaos. The Emptiness Star Sector that he had created had nurtured countless supreme experts in immemorial chaos. Although Zhenwu Sector Master had a backer in the northern region, he wouldn't dare to attack Emptiness Star Sector Master if he were to fall out with him. Who would have thought that such a powerful figure would drink with Fang Chen in Hidden Star City? How do you plan to deal with the aftermath? Emptiness Star Sector Master asked. He knew that Boundless Sector Master had chosen to protect Fang Chen because he had made a deal with Dragon Elephant Sector Master. Now, Sky Mountain Palace and Desolation Palace were completely enraged. Half-step universe god experts would definitely take action. Emptiness Star Sector Master was still worried about Fang Chen. If Hidden Star Palace wants to continue developing, Sky Mountain Palace and Desolation Palace must be destroyed. Fang Chen's eyes flickered and he said, as for the other palaces, as long as they don't get involved, I won't attack them. After all, there were 36 palaces in Boundless World. If Hidden Star Palace were to start a war and destroy the other palaces, Boundless Sector Master wouldn't be able to stand it. Ancestor Sky Mountain and Ancestor Desolation are both half-step universe god experts. Do you have the confidence to deal with them? Emptiness Star Sector Master asked. Fang Chen remained silent. Although he could fight across realms, the difference in realms was too big and he couldn't make up for it. However, he wasn't a weakling who would be trampled on. If he was really forced into a corner, he wouldn't mind activating the immortal scepter again. I will stay here for a while. If it doesn't work, I will take action, Emptiness Star Sector Master said. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at Emptiness Star Sector Master gratefully. However, he didn't plan to ask Emptiness Star Sector Master for help. After all, if he couldn't even get through this, what right would he have to stay in Boundless World in the future? After Desolation Palace Master died, the entire Boundless World became turbulent. Although it appeared to be calm on the surface, everyone knew that this was the prelude to the arrival of a storm. Many forces were secretly paying attention to Hidden Star Palace's direction. This time, to the Hidden Star Palace, it was a certain death situation. If they could pull through, they would surely become an emerging force in the Endless World. By then, even the other palaces in Boundless World would be fearful of Hidden Star Palace. For half a month, the Heavenly Mountain Palace and the Desolate Palace remained silent. No one made a sound. Just when everyone thought that the Sky Mountain Palace was going to endure it silently, Yi Futian thought was of. 2-2. Even the other palaces in the 36 palaces were shocked. Who would have thought that in the past half a month, the Sky Mountain Palace had already roped in the 11 palaces to their side? This was simply a huge investment. Big move. I did not expect Sky Mountain Palace Master to be so determined. The 13 palaces have formed the Star Resistance Alliance. It seems like Hidden Star Palace is done for. Unless Boundless World Lord comes out personally, no one can stop them. Many palace masters in Boundless World sighed. Sky Mountain Palace did not take action. Once they took action, they did not leave any chance for Hidden Star Palace. How will Hidden Star Palace deal with it? How will Hidden Star Palace Master resolve this situation? Everyone was curious. Countless eyes were on Hidden Star Palace. They wanted to see if this rising star would fall because of this situation. If he could survive this calamity, then he would definitely become the most eye-catching prodigy expert in the Boundless World. Time passed. On the third day after the Star Resistance Alliance released the news, more than 20 experts with strong aura left Sky Mountain Palace and headed to Hidden Star Palace. This time, they went alone. They didn't bring the mighty Alliance army with them. This was because they were the top tribulation supremacies below the Realm Lord. More than 20 tribulation supremacies came together. The sky above Hidden Star Palace was oppressive. Countless martial artists felt the pressure was too great. Some weaker martial artists even fainted on the ground. The day had finally arrived. Led by Sky Mountain Palace Master, more than 20 tribulation supremacies came together. They floated in the air and stared at Hidden Star City. Hidden Star Palace Master, come out and face your death. The Heavenly Mountain Patriarch flung his sleeves and stroked his white beard as he said coldly. His voice spread throughout the world and resounded through the clouds. On the city wall, Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back. What should come will come in the end. There was no fear on Fang Chen's face. He looked calmly into the distance. The 13 palaces have joined forces to fight against Hidden Star Palace. What a big move. After sweeping his gaze across everyone, Fang Chen sighed. Hidden Star Palace Master, you are too cruel. You relied on your strength to wantonly kill your comrades. Today, we have come to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, Blackwater Palace Master shouted angrily. Hearing this, Fang Chen's gaze changed slightly. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a look of disdain. Enforce justice on behalf of the heavens? He muttered to himself, do you have the right to do so? In the clouds of the void, Empyrean Star Realm Lord stood on a cloud and looked down. He was paying attention to Fang Chen's every move. If the latter was in danger, he would immediately take action. A mere saint venerate martial artist dares to be so arrogant. You deserve to be killed. Scarlet Mountain Palace Master sneered. Previously, you killed Desolate Palace Master for no reason. From then on, you have become a sinner of Boundless World. Now, we will kill you on behalf of Boundless World. Desolate Palace Master's face was frosty. He said coldly, not only you, but Hidden Star Palace will also be destroyed. In his opinion, Hidden Star Palace should not exist in this world. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Everything would return to its origin. For no reason. Fang Chen sneered. I would not refute if others said this. However, you, desolate palace master, are shameless enough to say such words. This is really an eye-opener for me. Some people can even throw away their dignity for their own selfish reasons. I think you have lived in a dog's stomach for the past few million years. Facing Fang Chen's mockery, desolate palace master was furious. You, MH, until now, you are still putting on airs. What's the use? Desolate palace master sneered. As long as I give the order, the joint army will flatten Hidden Star Palace. At that time, you will personally witness the destruction of Hidden Star Palace. Fang Chen's gaze swept across everyone and finally stopped at desolate palace master. Do you believe that if Hidden Star Palace is destroyed, the first person to die will be you? Many palace masters were stunned. They did not understand where Fang Chen got the courage to threaten a half-step universe god. Among the 20 people present, there were a total of 5 half-step universe gods. The rest were Great Tribulation Masters. Some of them were not as strong as Desolate Palace Master, but most of them were Great Tribulation Masters above the 5th Disaster Realm. There were even a few who had reached the 8th Disaster Realm. However, facing more than 20 experts, Fang Chen was so calm. Where did his confidence come from? It's useless to say more. Let me twist his head off. The person who spoke was Blackwater Palace Master. He was a 6th Disaster Master. As soon as he finished speaking, his body turned into a black light and whizzed out. Go to hell, boy. Blackwater Palace Master roared and slammed his palms toward Fang Chen. Suddenly, a mighty black water flow emerged from his palms. The black water flow contained an extremely cold air. It was many times stronger than the annihilation cold water that Fang Chen had encountered in the Cosmos God world. Blackwater Palace Master's black sky water is extremely corrosive. Even an Emperor Realm primordial spirit might not be able to resist it. When Blackwater Palace Master attacked, everyone nodded gently. It seemed that the outcome was already decided. Chapter 3095. Splash. Black heaven water streaked across the Blackwater Palace Lord's palm and formed ripples in the sky. Hiss. 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 Everyone could feel the powerful corrosive power of the black heaven water. Not good, it's the black heaven water of the Blackwater Palace. Vice Palace Lord Shuizhan and the others in Hidden Star City had anxious expressions. But they could not do anything. A battle of this level had already surpassed their imagination. More than 20 Great Tribulation Supremacies had disdainful looks in their eyes. I've experienced the black heaven water of the Blackwater Palace Lord before. It's extremely corrosive and ordinary people cannot block it. That's right. Even if he has a strong physical defense, he cannot block it. It's useless no matter how great his potential is. Before he grows up, he is just an ant. That's right. Geniuses that have fallen cannot be called geniuses. Only prodigies like Jiyu Tianhua and Lin Qian can be called supreme prodigies. Many experts said one after another. When they spoke of Jiyu Tianhua and Lin Qian, their expressions became serious. Those two prodigies were legendary supreme prodigies. They had left behind countless legends along the way. It was a miraculous life. The two of them had already made a name for themselves in the northern region. Black heaven water. Fang Chen's expression was indifferent. He glanced at the Blackwater Palace Lord and then shook his head. While the black heaven water was extremely corrosive, he had the strongest flame in the world and did not fear anything. Everything in the world had a counter. Black heaven water was extreme yin, and the fire source bloodline was extreme heat. One yin and one yang, they countered each other. Wang. Fang Chen did not block it with his physical defense like everyone had guessed. Instead, he raised his hand and clenched his fist. Dong. Around his fist, there were sounds of vibrations, and wisps of flames enveloped it. Is this guy crazy? He wants to use flames to burn the black heaven water? Ha ha ha, he's an idiot. Doesn't he know that the black heaven water is least afraid of flames? There was once a Great Tribulation Supremacy who used flames to burn the black heaven water. In the end, Nothing was left of him. Everyone laughed crazily, their faces full of mockery. However, Fang Chen remained indifferent. Seeing Blackwater Palace Lord's attack rapidly descend, he gently punched out. Die! A cold glint flashed across the Blackwater Palace Master's eyes. He roared furiously and the power around his body erupted. The might of the Black Sky Water was unleashed to its limit. In an instant, the Black Heaven Water enveloped Fang Chen. Upon seeing this, Blackwater Palace Lord was secretly delighted. However, in a mere breath's time, the Black Sky Water that enveloped Fang Chen was rapidly dispersing. Blackwater Palace Lord was shocked when he saw this. He focused his gaze and was shocked to find that there was a ball of scorching flame on the surface of Fang Chen's skin that was driving the Black Heaven Water away. What kind of flame is this? Blackwater Palace Lord cried out involuntarily in horror. However, it was too late. The power of the Fire Origin bloodline was pushed to the limit. The terrifying flame almost instantly dispersed the surging Black Sky Water. At the same time, Fang Chen's flaming fist landed on Blackwater Palace Lord's body. Dong! Blackwater Palace Lord's vision turned black. His body was hit by a powerful force and he flew back like a kite. Boom! With a deafening sound, Blackwater Palace Lord's body smashed into the ground. What? Blackwater Palace Lord actually lost? The people who had mocked Fang Chen earlier, including Tianshan Mountain's patriarch, were all stunned. Then, they quickly looked at the Blackwater Palace Lord and were completely stunned. This was because Blackwater Palace Lord's aura was already gone. What did this mean? They were extremely shocked. Killing Blackwater Palace Lord with one punch and even dispersing the Black Sky Water. Wasn't this too domineering? What kind of flame is that? Tianshan Mountain's patriarch exclaimed inwardly. His pitch-black eyes stared at Fang Chen. Impossible. Black Sky Water is not afraid of any flame in the world. That's right. It must be an illusion. How can Black Sky Water be dispelled? Several Great Tribulation Supremacies couldn't believe it and shouted crazily. Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back. He floated in the air and looked ahead coldly. What if that flame is the strongest flame in the world? It's not an exaggeration to call it the ancestor of all flames. Fang Chen's words were like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. Everyone's expression was grave as they stared at Fang Chen. Hidden Star Palace Lord, it seems that we have underestimated your strength. Tianshan Mountain's patriarch clenched his fists. He was extremely furious. Who would have thought that Blackwater Palace Lord would be killed in one move? However, even if you have the strength to kill Blackwater Palace Lord, so what? Tianshan Mountain's patriarch looked down at Fang Chen with disdain. Behind him, many Great Tribulation Supremacies regained their composure after the panic and stared at Fang Chen angrily. Countless cheers sounded in Hidden Star City. He could even destroy Black Sky Water and kill Blackwater Palace Lord with one punch. If he could do this, what else could Hidden Star Palace Lord not do? They had crazy thoughts in their minds. Perhaps Hidden Star Palace Lord would create a miracle today. A miracle that belonged to him. Whoosh, whoosh. A breeze blew past. Fang Chen's robe fluttered in the wind. He stood in the void, surrounded by sword chi. His entire being was like a long sword, standing proudly. Indeed, there are several half-step universe gods among you. If I were to fight alone, I would definitely not be a match for you. Fang Chen shrugged and continued, however, I am still standing here and have killed Blackwater Palace Lord. Tianshan Mountain's patriarch looked gloomy and stared deeply at Fang Chen. The latter opened his palm and a violent wind blew. Dust flew and a terrifying aura filled the air. Swoosh! A ray of black light burst out from Fang Chen's body. When it reached the sky, the black light exploded and a dazzling stele appeared. Sealed Sky Stele. The Sealed Sky Stele was personally refined by Great Emperor Feng Tian. At its peak, it could seal heaven and earth. Today, Fang Chen fully activated it. What's that? Everyone exclaimed when they saw it. Whoosh, whoosh. The wind grew stronger and stronger. The Sealed Sky Stele in the sky spun rapidly and released an extremely powerful sealing force. Sealed Sky Stele, seal heaven and earth. With Fang Chen's shout, the surrounding heaven and earth seemed to be blocked by a layer of invisible force. Ceiling. Tianshan Mountain's patriarch sneered. Let's join forces and destroy it. Rumble. Under the command of Tianshan Mountain's patriarch, many great tribulation supremacies joined forces and released a dazzling attack toward the void. Dong. When their power collided with the invisible force, it only caused a slight ripple. The power of Sealed Sky Steely was even stronger. Since I knew you were coming, how could I not prepare a greeting gift? Fang Chen smiled strangely. With a tap of his foot, he arrived on top of the heaven-sealing monument. At this moment, he stood on Sealed Sky Steely and looked down at everyone below. The Blackwater Palace Lord was just an appetizer. Believe me, some of you will die soon. Fang Chen's voice spread. Tianshan Mountain's patriarch and the others were furious. Kid, do you think you can stop us with this mere seal? Ridiculous. Even a realm lord wouldn't dare to face our combined attack. What's this seal? Although they were trapped in the seal, they were not afraid. Hiss. Under the effect of Sealed Sky Steely, the seal had completely covered the surroundings. This place had become a void cage. The immortal star power in his palm also quickly merged into the seal. I've cultivated for countless years and finally had a flash of inspiration a few days ago. Fang Chen said, this seal was born from Sealed Sky Steely and is also rooted in Sealed Sky Steely. Let's call it the Evil Killing Formation. The Evil Killing Formation was the name of this seal. It meant to kill all evil in the world. This was what Fang Chen had comprehended from Sealed Sky Steely and gradually perfected it. He didn't want to use it so soon, but he couldn't resist the combined attack of many great tribulation supremacies led by Tianshan Mountain's patriarch. The Evil Killing Formation can seal heaven and earth. Of course, this heaven and earth was only a small area and couldn't be compared to when Sealed Sky Steely was at its peak. It couldn't be compared to Sealed Sky Great Emperor either. However, it was enough to deal with Tianshan Mountain's patriarch and the others. Chapter 3096. The Evil Killing Formation could kill all the demons in the world. It was a powerful formation that Fang Chen had created after comprehending the Sealed Sky Tablet and combining it with his own formation doctrine. As soon as the formation appeared, the entire world was filled with a mighty killing aura. Even Ancestor Tianshan, who was a half-step universe god, was shocked by the aura. However, Ancestor Tianshan was someone who had seen the world. After a short moment of shock, he quickly calmed down. He swung his sleeve and swept past the Evil Killing Formation. He then stared coldly at Fang Chen. Did you really think that a mere formation would be able to trap us? Ancestor Tianshan said coldly. With the power of the 13 palaces and over 20 Great Tribulation honorables joining forces, it would be a huge joke if they still could not completely destroy the Hidden Star Palace. Hence, the Star Resistance Alliance could only succeed and not fail. Fang Chen opened his hand and immortal star power poured into the Sealed Sky Tablet continuously. As time passed, the power of the Evil Killing Formation grew stronger and stronger. In the end, the entire sky changed color. In the clouds in the void, Absolute Star Boundary Lord, who was dressed in a starry robe, could not help but sigh when he saw the scene. This guy actually managed to comprehend such a powerful formation. Absolute Star Boundary Lord revealed a bitter smile. His burning gaze gradually shifted away from the Sealed Sky Tablet. Isn't it too extravagant to use the Sealed Sky Tablet as the core of the formation? Even in the ancient era, only Great Emperor Fengtian would be able to do such a thing. At the same time, Absolute Star Boundary Lord sighed. He did not expect Fang Chen to be so lucky to obtain the Sealed Sky Tablet of Great Emperor Fengtian. In the eyes of many experts, the Heaven-Sealing Tablet was a priceless treasure. With the Sealed Sky Tablet and the Evil Killing Formation, Ancestor Tianshan and the others will not be able to do anything. Originally, Absolute Star Boundary Lord was still worried. However, he was completely relieved when he saw the scene. Others might not know, but he knew how terrifying the Sealed Sky Tablet was. With the Sealed Sky Tablet as the core of the formation, Fang Chen seemed to have taken the crucial step. After today, he will be invincible under the Realm Lord. Although this statement was somewhat exaggerated, It also proved that the heaven-sealing monument was of great help to Fang Chen. Rumble. The terrifying evil-killing array isolated Tianshan sect's patriarch and the others from the outside world. The evil-killing array was filled with a fierce killing aura. Suppress. As soon as Fang Chen said that, all the murderous aura gathered rapidly and swept towards the patriarch of Tianshan and the others. Let's work together to break his formation. The old ancestor of Tianshan Mountain roared. Immediately, more than 20 Great Tribulation supremacies attacked together. Their attacks were so powerful that when all of their attacks converged together, even the heavens seemed to be collapsing. Dong dong dong. However, when these attacks landed on the evil killing array, they did not cause any damage. Instead, they were rapidly rotated by the sealed sky monument and absorbed. Seeing this, the eyes of Tianshan Mountain's ancestor and the others constricted. They stared at the heaven-sealing tablet in disbelief. Attack the core of the formation. At this moment, the old ancestor of Tianshan Mountain realized that something was wrong and shouted anxiously. At the same time, many experts began to attack the sealed sky monument wildly. However, they had underestimated the power of the sealed sky monument. After all, it was created by the sealed sky great emperor. Although Fang Chen could not fully activate it, even a small part of its power was enough to intimidate everyone. Hiss hiss hiss. Any attack that landed on the sealed sky monument would quickly disappear. In the blink of an eye, the Tianshan sect's patriarch and the others felt that they had exhausted too much energy and could not continue like this. Patriarch, what should we do? The Tianshan Palace Master asked anxiously as he rushed over. Such a huge formation must consume a lot of energy. I don't believe that a mere sacred venerate can maintain it for a long time, the Tianshan sect's patriarch said gloomily. Everyone, don't stop. Attack with all your might and exhaust the energy of the formation. When the Hidden Star Palace Master can no longer maintain it, it will be time for us to counterattack. Okay. The Tianshan Palace Master nodded and joined the battle. Whoosh. Fang Chen grabbed at the void and the dazzling Hidden Star Sword landed in his hand. The 13 Palaces Alliance against the Hidden Star Palace is really giving me face. Fang Chen licked his dry lips and said eerily, since you are giving me face, I can't be rude. Whoosh. As he spoke, Fang Chen waved his hand. Immediately, a resplendent swordlight shot out from the Hidden Star Sword. Crack. The closest 6th Tribulation supremacy was caught off guard and was penetrated by the sword light. Dong. His body exploded with a loud bang. Next, I will play with you. The corners of Fang Chen's mouth curled up, and his face was filled with a sinister and terrifying smile. In the next moment, Fang Chen's figure flashed and shuttled through the evil killing formation, constantly performing invincible sword techniques. With the help of the evil killing formation, almost every sword strike hit the opponent. Crack. Another palace master fell with another sword strike. Damn you, I will kill you. The person who spoke was the desolate patriarch. His hatred for Fang Chen had reached an unparalleled level. Now that he saw Fang Chen trap them with the evil killing formation and kill them wantonly, he was furious. Dong. 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 The desolate patriarch threw a punch and a terrifying desolation chi quickly spread out. Desolation chi? Seeing this, Fang Chen sneered. The Hidden Star Sword was thrown out again and a dazzling sword light pierced through the desolation chi and dispersed it. Crack. The desolate patriarch's attack was broken and his physical body was suppressed. Damn it. The desolate patriarch roared in anger. If it weren't for the evil killing formation, he would have killed Fang Chen. The evil killing formation was much more powerful than he had imagined. Whoosh. Whoosh. As the sky-sealing tombstone continued to absorb the power of everyone's attacks and became stronger, the power of the evil killing formation also increased rapidly. As for Fang Chen, he was like a fish in water. After a long while, the blade of the Hidden Star Sword was already stained with blood. There were 7 corpses on the ground. 7 Great Tribulation supremacies had died just like that. Don't scatter, gather together. The Heavenly Mountain Patriarch blasted out a palm and felt the power of the sky-sealing tombstone rebound. He quickly retreated and roared. The remaining dozen or so Great Tribulation supremacies quickly gathered together. When they saw their dead companions on the ground, they were also stunned. This formation is too evil, we are restricted too much in it. Heavenly Mountain Patriarch, what should we do now? If this continues, all of us will die here. More than 20 Great Tribulation supremacies joined forces to deal with the Holy Venerate, but they ended up like this. It's really, for a moment, everyone was in deep thought. Some people's faces were gloomy, while others had gloomy expressions. For them, things had exceeded everyone's expectations. The Hidden Star Palace Master was unexpectedly powerful. Now that things have come to this, we can only cut off all means of retreat. The Heavenly Mountain Patriarch said in a deep voice, that stone tablet is very evil. It will absorb the power of our attacks. The stronger it is, the stronger the formation will be, and our strength will be greatly reduced. Therefore, our top priority should be to destroy that stone tablet. Everyone's eyes were shocked as they looked at the sky-ceiling tombstone that was emitting multicolored light. In the clouds in the void. Whoosh! Dead Star Realm Lord looked down with a smile. Suddenly, ripples flickered in the void, and a figure silently appeared. Without looking back, he knew that the person was definitely a Realm Lord. And in the boundless world, who else would dare to be so unscrupulous other than Realm Lord Wu Ya? Realm Lord Wu Ya. Dead Star Realm Lord said with a smile. What? A busy person like Dead Star Realm Lord also came to my boundless world? Realm Lord Wu Ya asked. Dead Star Realm Lord smiled without saying anything. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the battle below. What do you think of the Hidden Star Palace Master of my boundless world? Realm Lord Wu Ya changed the topic. His potential is unparalleled, and his future achievements are limitless, Dead Star Realm Lord said. A smile appeared on Realm Lord Wu Ya's face as he looked at Fang Chen with a deeper gaze. He had thought of countless scenes, but he had never thought of this scene. More than 20 Great Tribulation supremacies had joined forces, but they had been defeated by Fang Chen alone. If this news were to spread, the entire eastern region would be shaken. It was no wonder that the true martial Realm Lord had personally stepped forward for such a prodigy. Chapter 3097. The current battle had already exceeded Realm Lord Wu Ya's expectations. As the Realm Lord, there were very few things that could surprise him. However, at that moment, Fang Chen used a unique method to give people a visual shock. He was too strong. Compared to other Paragon sovereigns, Fang Chen's strength was simply unparalleled. The situation in Boundless World hasn't changed for a long time. Some palaces have already forgotten the original oath. It's time to borrow the hands of Hidden Star Palace Master to clean up, murmured Realm Lord Wu Ya. At this moment, outside Hidden Star City, everyone was crazily attacking the sealed sky monument, but Fang Chen was still shuttling through the evil killing formation, slashing the experts with his sword. Poochie. With a swing of his sword, a Great Tribulation supremacy expert died. Run. In the blink of an eye, several Great Tribulation supremacies had fallen under Fang Chen's sword. At this moment, someone finally couldn't hold it in anymore. They roared into the sky, their hearts filled with fear as they desperately tried to escape. Damn it. Ancestor Tianshan glanced at everyone. There were more than 20 people when they came, but now there were only 8. His heart was filled with anger. Suddenly, his mind shook, and a trace of ice-cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Whoosh. He quickly retreated and arrived in front of the 2 palace masters. Listen to me, both of you. Ancestor Tianshan pretended to tell the 2 of them how to escape. When the 2 of them came close, Ancestor Tianshan roared and slammed his palms on their heads. Crack. Their skulls were instantly shattered. At that moment, Tianshan Mountain's ancestor quickly grabbed the 2 of them and threw them toward the sky-ceiling tablet. No. The others were in disbelief when they saw this scene. The dignified ancestor Tianshan had actually done such a despicable thing. In order to survive, he would do anything. Ancestor Tianshan. Someone roared, his eyes scarlet. Dong. At this moment, the bodies of the 2 palace lords that had been thrown out by the Tianshan Patriarch crashed into the ceiling sky monument and exploded instantly. A terrifying force swept out and drowned the sealed sky monument. Hiss. At this moment, the evil killing formation shook and showed signs of shattering. Crack. Patriarch Tianshan gathered all his strength and struck the weakest part of the evil killing formation, tearing open a crack. Let's go. At this moment, Ancestor Tianshan couldn't care less. With a flash, he escaped from the crack. Whoosh. At the same time, the hidden star sword burst out. Crack. Across the boundless void, the hidden star sword heavily injured the heavenly mountain old ancestor. Blood splattered all over the sky. The heavenly mountain old ancestor left behind an arm and escaped with heavy injuries. Truly laughable. You all view him as your leader, yet in this life and death crisis, he is using your lives to escape. I feel pity for you all. Fang Chen floated in the air, looking down and sneering. Damned old ancestor of Tianshan Mountain. The few surviving experts had ferocious looks on their faces as they fell into a deranged state. If we can't live, the Heaven Mountain Palace won't have any peace either. In the next moment, they joined forces and surrounded the Sky Mountain Palace Master. Kill. Among the few of them, there was an expert of half-step universe god level like Ancestor Baron. The Master of Heaven Mountain Palace was killed without any resistance. Damn it, I can't kill my enemy with my own hands. If there is an afterlife, I will destroy the Heaven Mountain Palace at all costs. The remaining few roared at the sky, their voices filled with unwillingness. I can give you all a chance to take revenge. Seeing that everyone was blinded by hatred, Fang Chen's cold voice rang out. Make a martial oath to join the Hidden Star Palace and never betray it. Then I will let you all go. The few of them looked at each other. Impossible. Ancestor Baron did not even think and rejected. Then you can go to hell. The Ancestor Baron had gone through the previous battle and was heavily injured. His combat power had decreased sharply. The strong restriction of the evil killing formation prevented him from unleashing his full strength. Fang Chen did not hesitate to use the invincible sword principle. The space-time sword explosion exploded in the void. Crack. The Ancestor Baron's body flew out. One of his arms was broken and blood spurted out. Kill him. Fang Chen stabbed the tip of his sword into the ground and said in a low voice. The few of them looked at each other and nodded. Ancestor Baron, I'm sorry. Rumble. A deafening sound rang out. The Ancestor Baron's body was drowned in the dazzling attack. Angry screams could be heard endlessly. After a long while, there were only 5 people in the evil killing formation. The 5 of them glanced at Fang Chen, their faces filled with helplessness. However, they would do anything for revenge. We originally did not have any deep hatred with the Hidden Star Palace. We came here because we believed the words of the Ancestor Tianshan. However, he betrayed us at the critical moment and did not hesitate to use our lives in exchange for his freedom. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. I would rather die in battle than be betrayed by my companions. The Ancestor Tianshan will definitely die. For revenge, I am willing to join the Hidden Star Palace. As long as they could survive, so what if they joined the Hidden Star Palace? This battle had already proven the strength of the Hidden Star Palace. Perhaps they would have a different future after joining. Soon, the 5 of them made a martial oath. Fang Chen waved his hand and put away the sealed sky monument. Being impacted by the power of self-destruction, the light around the sealed sky monument dimmed a lot. Fang Chen knew that he definitely could not use the sealed sky monument again in the short term. However, this battle had already achieved his goal. It was enough to intimidate the people of the endless world. Huff. Without the restraint of the evil killing formation, the 5 of them heaved a sigh of relief. They immediately felt the pressure decrease. Palace Lord, the Ancestor Tianshan has an irreconcilable hatred with the 5 of us. Wait until we kill him, then we will serve you. One of them cupped his fists at Fang Chen. After saying that, the 5 figures flickered and disappeared into the void. On the endless wasteland, it was dilapidated. Blood flowed like a river and thick smoke billowed. Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back and sighed with emotion. Huala. Dead Star Realm Lord and Boundless Realm Lord appeared together. Hidden Star Palace Lord, this move of yours is really ruthless. Boundless Realm Lord said with a smile, I can imagine that not long later, the Sky Mountain Palace will definitely be stirred up by the 5 of them. With their addition, your Hidden Star Palace is fully deserving of being the strongest palace in the Endless World. Realm Lord. Fang Chen nodded lightly at Boundless Realm Lord. Dead Star Realm Lord looked at Fang Chen with admiration. Although you killed in all directions and intimidated everyone, the difference in cultivation realm is still huge. I hope you can work harder and step into the Realm Lord realm as soon as possible. I definitely will. Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly. His heart was burning. Hidden Star Palace Lord slaughtered over a dozen experts under Hidden Star City with his own strength. Only a few people like the ancestor Tianshan escaped. The 13 Palace Alliance could be said to have suffered heavy losses. When this news came out, the entire Endless World was in an uproar. Countless martial artists were tongue-tied. The other Palace Lords were incomparably shocked. They could not imagine how the Hidden Star Palace Lord defeated everyone. Could it be that his strength was already comparable to a Realm Lord realm expert? In an instant, discussions regarding the Hidden Star Palace Lord spread throughout the entire Endless World. As for Boundless Realm Lord, he was chatting with Fang Chen in the Hidden Star Palace. After knowing the relationship between Fang Chen and Dead Star Realm Lord, Boundless Realm Lord sighed. I didn't expect this. Boundless Realm Lord said. After this battle, your name will spread far and wide. In the Endless World, no one will dare to provoke you. Speaking until here, Boundless Realm Lord paused for a moment before continuing. I wonder if you are interested in being the Grand Commander of the Endless World. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. The Grand Commander's position was second only to the Realm Lord. In the Endless World, it was equivalent to being below 1 and above tens of thousands. Seeing Fang Chen's hesitation, Boundless Realm Lord continued, if the Hidden Star Palace wants to continue developing, it will have to rely on the resources of the Endless World. If you become the Grand Commander, it will be relatively easier. Moreover, if the experts from the other 8 realms know that your combat power is comparable to a Realm Lord even though your cultivation is at the Holy Venerate realm, they will definitely suspect that you have secrets on you. As the saying goes, it's easy to dodge an open spear but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. If you become the Grand Commander of the Endless World, they will also weigh the pros and cons before taking action. Moreover, after becoming the Grand Commander, you can even head to that region to cultivate. Fang Chen's expression changed as he recalled the words that the Dragon Elephant Realm Lord said to him before he left. Chapter 3098. The battle shocked the world. Fang Chen had perfectly demonstrated what a genius was with his invincible attitude. A true genius was above everything. He should have the mentality of being invincible and the strongest in the world. In the history of the Boundless World and even the Eastern region, there had never been such a powerful Holy Venerable. In a way, Fang Chen's fighting power had broken the record that had been sealed for countless years. Even the 2 most dazzling geniuses in the immemorial chaos were ashamed of their inferiority when they were at the same level. If Lin Qian and Jiyu Tianhua knew about it, they would be shocked too. In people's knowledge, no matter how strong a Holy Venerable was, he could not match a Great Tribulation Master. However, Fang Chen had killed more than a dozen Great Tribulation Masters by himself, and there were even half-world gods among them. Of course, a large part of the reason was the sealed sky tablet, but Fang Chen's fighting power was strong enough. Whenever people thought of this shocking battle, they would sigh. He was too strong, so strong that it made people feel despair. After this battle, Fang Chen naturally became the strongest god in the Boundless World. Even the top 10 palaces did not dare to provoke Fang Chen. They even deliberately lowered their status and sent envoys to send gifts to befriend the Hidden Star Palace. Anyone could see that after this battle, the Hidden Star Palace would rise in all aspects. It was naturally the best thing to befriend the Hidden Star Palace at this time. In stark contrast to the Hidden Star Palace was the Desolation Palace and the Sky Mountain Palace. The leader of the Star Resistance Alliance was the old ancestor of the Sky Mountain Palace. The real leaders of the resistance against the Hidden Star Palace were the Sky Mountain Palace and the Desolation Palace. The Real foundation of the Desolation Palace was the old ancestor of the Desolation Palace. Now that he had died in the battle, the Desolation Palace was in chaos. Under the strong encirclement and suppression of the few surviving palace masters, the huge desolate palace disappeared in just 3 days. The destruction of the Desolation Palace directly led to the acceleration of the changes in the boundless world. However, when those palace masters were leading their vast and mighty armies toward the Heavenly Mountain Palace, something unexpected happened. The Sky Mountain Palace, which had once been incomparably glorious, was now in ruins. As far as the eye could see, the ground was covered in smoke. It was as if it had just experienced a shocking battle. Soon, a shocking piece of news spread. The old ancestor of the Heavenly Mountain Palace had lost his mind and stepped onto the demonic path. He cultivated an evil demonic art and devoured the strength of all the disciples of the Heavenly Mountain Palace for his own use. By the time everyone arrived, the Heaven Mountain Palace had already completely disappeared from the boundless world's history. As for the Tianshan Patriarch, he was nowhere to be found. Fang Chen was also stunned when he heard the news. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head. The old ancestor of the Heavenly Mountain sect has walked the path of evil. He betrayed the boundless world and became the enemy of the entire eastern region. In the days to come, he will become a street rat. There is no need to fear him. Although he felt a little uneasy, Fang Chen didn't care too much about it. The old ancestor of the Heavenly Mountain sect had cultivated for countless years and his potential had been squeezed dry. Even though he was a half-step world deity, it was still extremely difficult for him to step into the realm of Sector Lord. As long as he didn't become a Sector Lord, he wouldn't be a threat to him. Plus, the Sector Lords in the eastern region wouldn't allow a demon like Tianshan ancestor to exist. One could imagine how miserable the fate of the ancestor of Tianshan Mountain would be. Palace Master, the leaders of the 11 palaces, including the Bright Dragon Palace, are waiting outside the hall. At this moment, Vice Palace Master Xuezhon hurried in. In the garden, Fang Chen sat alone on the stone stool and drank spirit-tempering wine. The crisis had been resolved. Sector Master Zhu Xing had left to settle his own matters. As for Sector Master Wu Ya, he had returned to Boundless City. Let them come to the meeting hall. After drinking a mouthful of spirit-tempering wine, Fang Chen said slowly, "In this battle, many leaders of the 11 palaces were almost killed. However, there were still some old men who came out and quickly stabilized the situation. They knew how terrifying Fang Chen was. After eliminating the Desolate Palace and Heavenly Mountain Palace, they personally came to express their gratitude and even declared that they would join the Hidden Star Palace forever." Behind the door of the meeting hall, some old men slowly walked out from the crowd. The expression on their faces was completely different from when they had entered. When they had entered, their faces were solemn. Some of them were even against joining the Hidden Star Palace from the bottom of their hearts. However, when they came out, every one of them was glad that they had made the right decision. Sector Master Wu Ya definitely thinks highly of such a genius. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed him to be the Grand Commander. That's right. In this way, we won't lose anything and can even benefit from it. With Hidden Star Palace Master's monstrous potential, perhaps in the future, our boundless world will be able to dominate the eastern region. At that time, us old men will definitely enjoy better treatment. Ha ha ha. Everyone had already gone far away. However, hearty laughter could still be heard. Vice Palace Master Xuezhon accompanied Fang Chen out of the meeting hall. In the distance, Kai Chiu had also rushed over. Palace Master. Kai Chiu cupped his fist towards Fang Chen. His gaze towards Fang Chen was even more fervent. He couldn't imagine that Hidden Star Palace Master had actually created an unimaginable miracle in such a short period of time. I'll have to trouble the two of you in the following period of time, Fang Chen said with a smile. Palace Master, isn't this a little inappropriate? Vice Palace Master Xuezhon hesitated for a moment before voicing his doubts. Fang Chen waved his hand. I know what you're worried about. I've also considered this point. Fang Chen said, now, I'm the commander of the boundless world. In terms of power, I absolutely suppress them. Even if they want to rebel, they also need to have the strength. In front of absolute strength, everything was fleeting clouds. Moreover, in the following period of time, the strength of our hidden star palace will definitely increase rapidly. When our hidden star palace is strong enough to make them tremble, even if they have second thoughts, they will have nothing to fear. All disobedient elements were suppressed. Palace Master is really amazing. When Kai Chiu heard this, he gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. Thinking back then, he actually foolishly ran over to challenge Fang Chen. It was really laughable. Alright, I'll leave the matters of Hidden Star Palace to you two to handle. I have something to do in the boundless world. Fang Chen finished speaking and directly left Hidden Star Palace. However, before leaving, Fang Chen told the two to pay more attention to Chuanyun sect below. Chuanyun City, one of the 72 cities under the Bloody Battle territory. Because the Hidden Star Palace Master walked out of Chuanyun City, the current Chuanyun City was even more bustling. It had vaguely become the most central and most prosperous place in this world. And as the overlord force of Chuanyun City, Chuanyun sect was even more favored by countless people. Is the news true? Chuanyun sect master, who was dressed in a black robe, had a face full of excitement after hearing the news. Sect master, the news came from Hidden Star Palace, the subordinate said in a low voice. Good, that's great. Pass down my order. In Chuanyun City, hold a banquet for 3 days to celebrate the triumphant return of Hidden Star Palace, Chuanyun sect master said. At the same time, he was also incomparably grateful. If it weren't for the two siblings, Bai Feng and Bai Yang, who brought Fang Chen back, how could his Chuanyun sect have today? From today onwards, Bai Feng will be the next sect master of Chuanyun sect, and Bai Yang will be the saintess of Chuanyun sect. Her status is equal to mine. In the entire boundless world, anyone who had a relationship with Fang Chen or had a chance encounter with him were all proud of the Hidden Star Palace Master. At all times, they were flaunting that they had once spoken to the powerful Hidden Star Palace Master. Apart from the boundless world, the other 8 great realms in the eastern region were also shocked after receiving the news. Damn it, we can't avenge Heavenly Sun supremacy. This voice came from the Scarlet Sun world. If Chen Hao didn't die, his strength wouldn't be weaker than the Hidden Star Palace Master. He killed the future of my Black Turtle world. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. This voice came from the Black Turtle world. Apart from these 2 great realms who were hostile towards Fang Chen, the other realms were very friendly. True martial domain. This kid. Kai Zhon ate a peach and shook his head with a bitter smile. With the help of the true martial domain lord, his physical body had been reconstructed, and his strength was still recovering. Kai Zhon, this guy is amazing. The true martial domain lord sighed. With the cultivation of a Saint Venerable, his attack power is invincible under the domain lord. I even feel that he will create a terrifying legend. This was because such a monstrous genius had never appeared in the history of the immemorial chaotic world. Chapter 3099. Eastern Region's 9 Great Regions. Everyone's gaze was focused on the boundless world. Many world lords were envious that the boundless world had produced such a genius. It was too shocking. Of course, most of them were jealous. As for Fang Chen, who was in the eye of the storm, he had silently arrived at the boundless city. As the core authority of the boundless world, this place was very prosperous. Martial arts flourished, and experts were as common as clouds. Have a seat. In an elegant garden, Boundless sat on a stone bench and pointed to the stone bench beside him as he spoke to Fang Chen. You're now a commander. There's no need to restrain yourself. Boundless smiled. Fang Chen nodded and slowly sat down. You want to enter that place to cultivate so soon? Realm Lord Boundless asked. Fang Chen was silent as he looked at Boundless. The latter waved his hand and grinned. Since you've already made your decision, I won't say anything more. Now, I'll tell you about the situation of that region. I hope you'll be able to gain something from it. In the following time, Boundless began to introduce that legendary region to Fang Chen. Do you know what's the westernmost region of our boundless world? Boundless asked. Border Mountain Range? Fang Chen was a little confused. He didn't understand why Boundless would ask this. Then do you know why the Border Mountain Range exists? Fang Chen shook his head. He really didn't know. On the other side of the border mountain range is the Skyheart world. Boundless said, Skyheart world is the most mysterious world in the eastern region's 9 great regions. This world specializes in cultivating one's mental state. When cultivated to the extreme, one can condense heart force. The strength of heart force was unimaginable. Skyheart world cultivates the heart. Although he knew about the Skyheart world, Fang Chen didn't know that they focused on cultivating their mental state. Mental state was something that every martial artist had to face. Some people were very strong, but their mental state wasn't enough. Hence, they couldn't break through. Mental state cultivation was like cultivation. It was a long process. Since ancient times, mental cultivators were very mysterious. Their methods were unpredictable and terrifying. The Skyheart realm had always been low profile in the eastern region, but no one dared to look down on it. No one dared to provoke it. The border mountain range separates our boundless world from the Skyheart world. And that legendary place is located within the border mountain range. Realm Lord Boundless continued. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. The border mountain range was the most dangerous place in the boundless world. There were powerful demonic beasts running amok there, and there were even more hidden dangers. That place was classified as a forbidden area. Ordinary martial artists would not dare to enter that place. Even the palace masters of the 36 palaces would turn pale at the mention of that place. No one had expected the legendary place to be there. In the legendary place, there's a boundless amount of energy. If one could obtain it, they would be able to temper their fleshly bodies, achieving a supreme physique. The Boundless Realm Lord spoke. In the Boundless Realm, I'm the only one who has entered it before, but I failed. Fang Chen was stunned. The gaze he used to look at Realm Lord Wu Ya with flickered. Realm Lord Wu Ya had once entered but failed. However, even if he failed, he was still so powerful. What if he succeeded? For a moment, Fang Chen's thoughts flickered. No one knows how the legendary place was formed. Throughout history, those who were able to temper their bodies in the legendary place would have their fleshly bodies become unbelievably powerful. You'll know all this after you enter. Realm Lord Boundless continued, now, I'm going to tell you something else. Fang Chen perked his ears to listen. We're not the only ones who know about the legendary place. The Skyheart world also knows about it. Furthermore, they've grasped the method to enter. What? Fang Chen exclaimed. The Skyheart world could enter the legendary place? Our boundless world calls the legendary place the Boundless Sacred Ground, while the Skyheart world calls it the Skyheart Sacred Ground. The two entrances, the two inheritances, are connected together, forming an extremely terrifying legendary place. This time, the Skyheart world also sent experts to enter the legendary place. After you enter, you must be careful. The heart force of the Skyheart world is already very powerful. In addition to the terrifying aura of the legendary place, their heart force is even more terrifying. Realm Lord Boundless reminded. Fang Chen nodded. I'll be careful. For a total of 3 days, Realm Lord Boundless gave Fang Chen many books. The majority of them recorded all the information about the Boundless Sacred Ground. Of course, the information was basically what Realm Lord Boundless had seen when he entered when he was young. It wasn't comprehensive. So many years have passed. Perhaps the situation in the Boundless Sacred Ground has already undergone earth-shaking changes. Realm Lord Boundless said. Voila. Fang Chen stood up and slowly closed the book. Realm Lord, can we set off now? Fang Chen asked. Let's go. I'll bring you there now. Realm Lord Boundless said, the main purpose of this trip to the Boundless Sacred Ground is to temper your fleshly body. You have the primal chaos sword body and are a natural-born body refiner. If you can activate the primal chaos sword body's ultimate state, then your fleshly body has a high possibility of entering the Emperor realm. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. The Emperor realm was something that everyone yearned for. If the immortal scepter could unleash such a powerful force after entering the Emperor realm, what would happen if the fleshly body entered the Emperor realm? Thinking of this, Fang Chen shook his head and shook off the messy thoughts in his mind. He followed Realm Lord Boundless to the border mountain range. A few days later. In the sky above the border mountain range, Fang Chen and Realm Lord Boundless stood in the air. Looking down, one could see countless flashes of lightning, snow, and rain intertwined to form the terrifying border mountain range. What a terrifying aura! In the border mountain range, there was a unique aura being emitted. If not for the protection of the primal chaos sword body, it would be impossible to resist. At this time, Fang Chen finally understood why no one dared to come to the border mountain range. The environment here is enough to make a minor tribulation venerable martial artist lose their way. Realm Lord Boundless' voice sounded. What kind of method could create such a terrifying environment? Fang Chen shook his head and sighed. The environment here was not like this originally. After countless years, after being baptized by the aura of the legendary place, it gradually changed and became like this, Realm Lord Boundless said. Fang Chen was dumbfounded. Just by being infected by the aura, it became so terrifying. Then what about the real legendary place? The entrance to the boundless sacred ground is in the depths of the border mountain range. Following Realm Lord Boundless' finger, Fang Chen saw a shining place in the depths of the border mountain range. Let's go over. At the same time, in the Skyheart world, outside the border mountain range, two figures stood side by side. One of them was the legendary Skyheart world overlord. Qing, your cultivation talent is very strong. In the vast Skyheart world, no one can compare to you. Entering the Skyheart sacred ground this time, your only goal is to receive the baptism and stimulate the primal chaos heavenly heart. Skyheart world lord instructed. By the side, a green-haired lady in green nodded. Okay, I'll send you in now. After speaking, Skyheart world lord waved his hand and a dazzling light flashed. A cone-shaped light shot into the depths of the border mountain range. Dong dong dong. Following which, a deafening sound could be heard. The door to the Skyheart sacred ground had opened. Just at this moment, Skyheart world lord sensed movement from the other side of the border mountain range. There are also experts from the boundless world that entered. If I'm not wrong, it should be the Hidden Star Palace Master. Qing, when you enter the Skyheart sacred ground, you must be careful. If you meet the Hidden Star Palace Master, you must endure. I will. The figure of the green-haired woman in green clothes gradually disappeared into the bright light. Looking at her disappearing figure, Skyheart world lord shook his head. Qing, don't blame me for being too heartless. It's because you have the primal chaos heavenly heart. Once it awakens, your potential will be boundless. At that time, the major characters in the northern region will be extremely happy and I will be able to obtain the Skyheart diamond. Skyheart world lord clenched his fists tightly as his eyes shone with a fiery light. He had been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time in the cultivation of the heart. No one could understand his thirst for a breakthrough. He must obtain the Skyheart diamond. And the green-haired lady in green was his bargaining chip to obtain the Skyheart diamond. Qing, maybe in the future, you will thank me for everything I've done for you. Skyheart world lord said. After all, that was the primal chaos heavenly heart. To a heart cultivator, it was the most dreamy thing. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At the same time, thunder rumbled from both sides of the border mountain range. The legendary place quietly closed. Chapter 3100. Boundless Sacred Ground. The air around Fang Chen was filled with a piercingly cold and domineering aura. This aura caused Fang Chen's body to tense up. He slowly raised his head and suddenly realized that the endless sky was covered with dark clouds. Thick lightning dragons were constantly swimming in the dark clouds, causing explosions from time to time. The terrifying explosive force caused the sky to tremble. The rolling thunder was like smoke, spreading out. The entire area was filled with a murderous aura. The chaotic sword body was automatically activated. Powerful sword chi surrounded his body, forming the strongest defense to resist the terrifying pressure. What a strong pressure! Is this the legendary place? Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, he was quite excited. Such a place was the best opportunity to refine his physical body. Using lightning to refine my physical body? Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes stared intently at the terrifying lightning in the sky. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the next second, Fang Chen stomped his feet and his body flickered. He instantly shuttled through the void and appeared in the sky in the blink of an eye. Dong. The thick lightning dragons seemed to have sensed the approach of a human expert. They opened their bloody mouths and roared into the sky, constantly spewing out terrifying lightning. Rumble. Fang Chen closed his eyes and opened his palms, allowing the lightning to strike his body. Crackling sounds could be heard incessantly. In the beginning, the explosion of the lightning dragons could still hurt Fang Chen. However, as time passed, Fang Chen had already adapted to the terrifying lightning. Awesome. After a while, Fang Chen's body was bathed in lightning and he roared excitedly. As expected of boundless sacred ground, it was amazing to refine one's physical body. The lightning was different from the outside world. It contained the exclusive power of the physical body. Using it to refine one's physical body was the best method. At the same time, in a forest in boundless sacred ground, two humanoid beasts stared at the terrifying lightning in the distant sky with their dark eyes. And the human martial artist who was bathed in lightning. The humans have appeared again. One of the demonic beasts in blue said coldly. His face was cold, as if he hated humans to the core. This human is not simple. He can bathe in lightning to temper his body. Another person said, we can't let him continue refining. Otherwise, once he succeeds, our region will be conquered by him. He's currently tempering his body and can't afford to be distracted. This is our best chance. Let's attack and kill him. The two humanoid demonic beasts quickly left the forest and approached Fang Chen. Dong dong dong. Fang Chen could clearly feel that his physical body was improving rapidly. At the same time, he felt a tremor in his mind. It was as if a brand new door to the cultivation of the physical body had been opened. I see. A smile of excitement appeared on Fang Chen's face. If he continued to temper himself, it wouldn't be long before he would be able to touch the door of the Emperor Realm. Once his physical body stepped into the Emperor Realm, he would be truly invincible under the Universe God Realm. Two demonic beasts are approaching. The star-hidden sword said through sound transmission. Swoosh. The star-hidden sword suddenly appeared. The sword was surrounded by a biting cold sword chi, which resonated with Fang Chen's chaotic sword body. Master, there's killing intent on them. The star-hidden sword said. Immediately after, a loud and clear sword cry was emitted from the sword. In the next moment, the hidden star sword shot out explosively. Puff! A terrifying sword chi descended from the sky and struck the two demonic beasts. Courting death. The two demonic beasts sneered and immediately attacked. They raised their palms, and the lightning in the sky began to undergo a tremendous change. Oh no! Fang Chen said in his heart. His body flashed and he smashed the lightning that was approaching him. He forcefully retreated from the Thunder Dragon vortex. They can control the Thunder Dragon? Fang Chen was dumbfounded. No, they can't control it. They can only influence it. Even if they could influence the trajectory of the Thunder Dragon, it was still very impressive. Clang. The sound of metal colliding could be heard. The two demonic beasts used the terrifying Thunder Dragon to force the star-hidden sword back. Fang Chen jumped down and firmly held the star-hidden sword in his hand. At the same time, he looked at the two demonic beasts with a dignified face. Why did you attack me? In the sky, the Thunder Dragon was quickly dissipating. The dark clouds that covered the sky also gradually drifted away. The sky returned to its clear state. The two demonic beasts sneered. Human, you want to occupy our territory. You should be killed. This is our territory. You humans have invaded our territory time and time again. Furthermore, you want to absorb all of the lightning energy. That is impossible. Hearing this, Fang Chen frowned. Could it be that there were demonic beasts in boundless sacred ground? And from their tone, it seemed that they were of the same race. Thinking of this, Fang Chen shook his head slightly. He thought that he could focus on tempering his body. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen at this time? Boy, go to hell. One of the demonic beasts roared and attacked Fang Chen. Space-time sword explosion. Fang Chen shouted and displayed the invincible sword technique. Whoosh. A dazzling sword light burst out and instantly penetrated the demonic beast's defense. Poochie. The demonic beast's blood spurted out as his body retreated. This is the aura of the Tiani Sword Emperor. The demonic beast's pupils shrank as he cried out involuntarily. You are the successor of the Tiani Sword Emperor? After the other demonic beast heard this, its face suddenly changed and asked sternly. Before Fang Chen could fight, the two demonic beasts once again launched the fiercest attack, as if they wanted to kill Fang Chen directly. What's going on? Could it be that the Tiani Sword Emperor has a grudge with them? Fang Chen naturally knew that he had nothing to do with the Tiani Sword Emperor. He guessed that his sword Dao aura was slightly similar to the Tiani Sword Emperor, so the two demonic beasts in front of him misunderstood. Thunder, reverse. The two demonic beasts unleashed their strongest power, and Fang Chen could not suppress them for a while. After a while, the two demonic beasts became more anxious. A human martial artist in the holy Venerable realm could force them to this point. Damn it, he must have inherited the legacy of the Tiani Sword Emperor. Otherwise, he can't be so strong. One of the demonic beasts looked up to the sky and roared. At the same time, it absorbed the power of thunder in the air and unleashed its strongest attack. Crack. However, at this moment, the reincarnation sword shuttle in the Dark Cave Mountain had an unexpected change. It took the initiative to come out of the Dark Cave Mountain and blocked in front of Fang Chen, emitting dazzling sword chi. Crack. The strongest thunder attack that the two demonic beasts were proud of was easily blocked by the reincarnation sword shuttle. Fang Chen was shocked to find that the reincarnation sword shuttle was rapidly absorbing the power of thunder. Moreover, its aura seemed to be able to restrain the two demonic beasts. Thump, thump, thump. The two demonic beasts felt the terrifying aura and quickly retreated. When they steadied themselves, their pupils suddenly shrank and their bodies trembled. Reincarnation sword shuttle? Almost at the same time, the two demonic beasts cried out. Their eyes were full of horror. Let's go. The two demonic beasts almost did not hesitate. They flashed and quickly fled. Swoosh. The reincarnation sword shuttle released a powerful sword light that pierced through the void and slashed into the distance. Crack. Blood spurted out. The two figures in a sorry state fled quickly. The air was filled with a biting cold killing intent. Fang Chen carefully observed the reincarnation sword shuttle and was full of doubts. What's going on? Why did the reincarnation sword shuttle take the initiative to appear? According to the expressions of the two demonic beasts, Fang Chen guessed a possibility. Their tribe had a grudge against the reincarnation sword emperor. After recognizing the reincarnation sword shuttle, they were very frightened. Otherwise, why would the reincarnation sword shuttle take the initiative to appear and help Fang Chen resist their attack? This scene made Fang Chen realize that the boundless sacred ground was not as safe as he thought. Leave here as soon as possible. At the same time, a piece of news spread rapidly in the boundless sacred ground. As soon as the news came out, it shocked all the demonic beasts. What? The common successor of the reincarnation sword emperor and the Tiani sword emperor appeared here? Oh my God, is he going to kill us all? At all costs, we must kill the successor of the reincarnation sword emperor. This is our territory. What the reincarnation sword emperor gave to us, we will pay him back 10,000 times today. Pass down my order. Dig 3 feet into the ground and find this person. For a time, all the demonic beasts in the boundless sacred ground were looking for Fang Chen. Chapter 3101. In the dense forest, everything was verdant and lush. In the depths of the forest, there was a mountain stream. Above the cliff, a waterfall flowed down. In the stream below, there was a bluestone. Fang Chen sat cross-legged on it, letting the waterfall hit him. From the towering cliff, the waterfall swooped down. The impact was so powerful that it was shocking. However, Fang Chen was fearless. He used the powerful impact to temper his body. In front of him, the star-hidden sword was inserted horizontally in the stream, and his whole body was exuding layers of sword chi halos. Beside him, the reincarnation sword shuttle also floated in the stream, seeming to be vigilant of the changes nearby. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, the reincarnation sword shuttle floated out of the water, bringing up countless waves. Following that, a powerful sword aura emanated from its body. At this time, the star-hidden sword also made a sword sound, rose from the ground, and appeared in front of Fang Chen's chest. Clatter. Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and shook his wet hair. Then, he held the hidden star sword in his hand and stared ahead. In a few breaths, a human-shaped demonic beast appeared. Human? A sword practitioner? Seeing Fang Chen under the waterfall, the human-shaped demonic beast was overjoyed, and his eyes were full of cold killing intent. If I kill you, I will be rewarded. Thinking of this, the human-shaped demonic beast took action. Swish. Fang Chen took the initiative and directly performed the space-time sword explosion. At the same time, when the human-shaped demonic beast approached him, he spat out 4 words. Time stood still. Buzz. The ripples that were spreading out in the void were instantly sealed. Everything, including the human-shaped demonic beast, quieted down. How could it be? The humanoid demonic beast's heart was filled with shock. He roared hysterically, but it was to no avail. Crack. When the human-shaped demonic beast was struggling, he felt a cold light flashing in front of his eyes. Then, his neck was extremely cold, and blood spurted out. When time stop lost its effect, his corpse fell headfirst into the stream. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After its death, the human-shaped demonic beast finally returned to its original round shape. There were 2 heads on his shoulders, and his body was huge. It was a type of demonic beast that had never been seen before. One of the heads had been pierced through by Fang Chen. As for the other head, it seemed to still be alive. You want to leave? Fang Chen could tell what the head was thinking. With a swing of his sword, he nailed it into the stream. Roar! A miserable shriek came from the head. The humanoid demonic beast was dead. 2 heads and a body like a golden lion. What kind of race is this? Fang Chen was a little confused. A few days later, Fang Chen was besieged by 2 humanoid monster beasts. In this battle, he discovered a shocking scene. This race seemed to be very afraid of the Samsara sword shuttle. After a tough battle, Fang Chen killed the 2 human-shaped demonic beasts and hid in the most secluded place. If I want to temper my fleshly body in the boundless sacred ground, I have to resolve my worries. Sitting cross-legged, Fang Chen murmured. At present, the human-shaped demonic beasts had been chasing him, so he couldn't temper his fleshly body in peace. This was a serious waste of his time and caused him to be on edge all the time. What I've encountered now are some ordinary demonic beasts. I think the king of this race is very likely to have reached the Sector Lord realm. He's definitely a strong opponent. Fang Chen thought to himself. This race hated the Samsara Sword Emperor very much, and he had the Samsara Sword Shuttle. They regarded him as the successor of the Samsara Sword Emperor and were bound to kill him. Then, if he wanted to turn the tables, he had to do something with the Samsara Sword Shuttle. They seemed to be very afraid of the Samsara Sword Shuttle. Fang Chen's gaze fell on the Samsara Sword Shuttle in his palm. Hiss. At this moment, dense sword chi emerged from the Samsara Sword Shuttle and finally entered Fang Chen's forehead. Dong. Fang Chen's mind shook, and in the next moment, he found a lot of information emerging. 2-headed race? Fang Chen's face was full of surprise. He didn't expect the Samsara Sword Shuttle to send him such information. Soon, he was immersed in the sea of information sent by the Samsara Sword Shuttle. After a while, he finally figured out the ins and outs of the matter. It turned out that this race was called the 2-headed race. In fact, this race was also an overlord in the ancient times, and there were even unparalleled demonic beasts comparable to sovereign realm experts in the race. At their peak, they could grow 9 heads and were invincible in the world. However, after the Battle of the Gods in the ancient times, the 9-head race was heavily injured and their strength decreased sharply. As time passed, they continued to decline. In addition, the world changed greatly and the Age of Doom came. Generation after generation, the 9-head race disappeared completely and was replaced by the 2-headed race. Now, the most powerful bloodline of the 9-head race could only grow 3 heads, which was already the absolute king of the 2-headed race. Because most of the people in the race were 2-headed, They changed the name to the two-headed race to warn the people not to waste any time. They must cultivate hard and strive to restore the glory of the nine-head race as soon as possible. I didn't expect the two-headed race to have such a glorious history. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The reason why the two-headed race hated the Samsara Sword Emperor was that he had once killed the most monstrous genius in their race, who was also the most promising genius expert to reach the nine-head realm. At that time, that expert had already condensed 4 heads. The Samsara Sword Emperor's actions completely infuriated the two-headed race. They couldn't do anything to the Samsara Sword Emperor, but they hated his descendants and all sword cultivators. In addition, the Tianyi Sword Emperor had also once killed an expert of the two-headed race. This was also the reaction of the two-headed race when they saw the aura on Fang Chen's body. Now, in the eyes of the two-headed race, Fang Chen was the joint successor of the Tianyi Sword Emperor and the Samsara Sword Emperor, and they had to kill him. Fang Chen curled his lips and felt somewhat helpless. This was completely an undeserved disaster because the Samsara Sword Shuttle was somewhat related to the Samsara Sword Emperor. However, it had nothing to do with the Tianyi Sword Emperor. However, it was useless to talk about this now. The most important thing now was to activate the Samsara Sword Shuttle and suppress the two-headed race. According to the information given by the Samsara Sword Shuttle, there is a sword tomb in the boundless sacred ground that has the aura of the Samsara Sword Emperor. If I can enter it, I can completely activate the Samsara Sword Shuttle and easily suppress the two-headed race. Now, the key to everything was the Samsara Sword Shuttle. Sword tomb. Fang Chen licked his dry lips. With the hatred that the two-headed race had for him, it was almost impossible to enter the sword tomb quietly. In that case, he could only kill his way through. The legendary place was divided into 2, but they were connected to each other. On one side was the boundless sacred ground, and on the other side was the heavenly heart sacred ground. At this moment, the demon experts in the heavenly heart sacred ground were very puzzled when they learned about the situation in the boundless sacred ground. What's going on? Why is the two-headed race so furious? Yes, could it be that another human sword cultivator has entered their territory? A great demon shook his head gently, and his eyes flashed. If it's just an ordinary sword cultivator, it shouldn't be enough to anger the two-headed race and make a move. There is only one possibility for such a situation. The great demon paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and said slowly, unless that sword cultivator is the successor of the Samsara Sword Emperor. What? The crimson great demon from before cried out. The successor of the Samsara Sword Emperor? He licked his dry lips and said eerily, then should we interfere? The blue great demon shook his head, let them fight with each other first, and we can reap the benefits in the dark. The most important thing now is to find a way to dig out the heavenly heart of chaos in that woman's body for our use. Hearing the words heavenly heart of chaos, the red great demon's face flashed with joy. Don't worry, leave it to me. The heavenly heart of chaos hasn't appeared for a long time, and this time, I won't let her slip away. Want to use our special environment to activate the heavenly heart of chaos? What a joke. The blue great demon sneered, and his body emitted a biting cold intent. The heavenly heart sacred ground paid close attention to the situation in the boundless sacred ground. On the contrary, the two-headed race of the boundless sacred ground was also secretly vigilant against the heavenly heart sacred ground. They were also afraid that the heavenly heart sacred ground would come out to make trouble at the crucial moment. No matter what, the successor of the Samsara Sword Emperor and the Heavenly One Sword Emperor must die. Chapter 3102. Boundless Sacred Ground. As time passed, Fang Chen finally realized how powerful the two-headed clan was in this place. There are tens of thousands of two-headed clan members, and they are basically all tribulation masters. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. Ever since the four-headed supreme talent of the two-headed clan died, they had been hiding here to cultivate. The harsh environment caused the deaths of some of the weaker two-headed clan members. The survival of the fittest was magnified 10 times over here. For countless years, the weak had basically died, and those who could survive had basically adapted to the harsh environment of boundless sacred ground. And they had basically cultivated to the tribulation master realm. Therefore, although there were only tens of thousands of them, They were powerful and could not be underestimated. Fang Chen also learned from the other two-headed clan members that the cultivation of the current clan leader had reached the terrifying half-step universe god level. If it were an ordinary half-step universe god, Fang Chen would not be bothered, but the two-headed clan leader was different. It was said that he was trying to break through to the third head, and once he succeeded, he would definitely step into the Sector Lord realm. Even with his current cultivation, he could fight against a Sector Lord expert. Therefore, Fang Chen could not fight against the two-headed clan leader for the time being, unless he had enough power to activate the power of the Immortal Scepter. Seems like I need to speed up. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Poochie. A bright sword light swooped down and killed a two-headed clan member that was suppressed. Then, Fang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared into the darkness. Deep in boundless sacred ground, Wind Thunder Platform. The reason why it was called Wind Thunder Platform was because it was the place where the power of lightning was the most concentrated in boundless sacred ground, drawing lightning into the body and tempering the fleshly body. This was a place that martial artists of the boundless realm who focused on the fleshly body yearned for even in their dreams. The Wind Thunder Platform towered into the clouds, and lightning flashed, forming a terrifying vortex. In the vortex, dense lightning dragons were constantly swimming, bombarding the Wind Thunder Platform from time to time. The explosive power of the lightning on the Wind Thunder Platform was too terrifying, and even an ordinary Tribulation Master might not be able to withstand it. But today, a strange scene appeared on the Wind Thunder Platform. Rumble. Suddenly, the vortex above the Wind Thunder Platform began to tremble. Then, a golden light spread out from the vortex and dived down, shooting into the Wind Thunder Platform. Dong dong dong. At the same time, in the base of the two-headed tribe, a figure instantly floated in midair. His pitch-black eyes stared intently at the distant horizon. That was where the Wind Thunder Arena was located. Wind Thunder Arena? The two-headed patriarch murmured. Soon after, he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed drastically. In the next instant, his figure flashed and broke through the void. He stepped on the lightning and flashed towards the Wind Thunder Arena. Hoo hoo hoo. 15 minutes later, the two-headed patriarch arrived at the bottom of the Wind Thunder Arena. It has finally appeared. The two-headed patriarch was extremely agitated. His body was trembling. With a stomp of his feet, he disappeared into the terrifying Wind Thunder Platform. Boom. In the next instant, the horrifying whirlpool in the sky above the Wind Thunder Platform surged down. Countless lightning dragons gathered together and enveloped the entire Wind Thunder Platform. What happened here shook the entire boundless sacred ground. Even Fang Chen, who was hiding in the dark, felt the pressure in the air and the aura of lightning from afar. What happened? Fang Chen was very surprised. He spread his consciousness into the void. Suddenly, he saw a shocking scene. At this moment, the Wind Thunder Platform was surrounded by extremely dense lightning energy. And in it, tens of thousands of lightning dragons danced together. That phenomenon was too terrifying. That is, the Wind Thunder Platform? Realm Lord Wu Ya had also told Fang Chen about the situation of the Wind Thunder Platform. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts gathered in the Wind Thunder Platform. Could that news be true? At this moment, Fang Chen recalled a legend that he had once read in a book in Boundless City. He originally thought that the legend was illusory and definitely not true. But now, the legend had actually appeared. According to legend, there was a lightning treasure suppressed inside the Wind Thunder Platform. Every time the wind and lightning above the Wind Thunder Platform entered a state of reversal, the Wind Thunder Platform would open. At this time, the lightning treasure would also appear. Thinking of this, Fang Chen was extremely excited. Master, the Wind Thunder Platform is very dangerous. The star-concealing sword reminded. The Immortal Scepter also suddenly appeared in front of Fang Chen, emitting bits of star power. I can feel the aura of the Reincarnation Sword Emperor in the Wind Thunder Platform. The Immortal Scepter said, I think the Reincarnation Sword Emperor should have been to the Wind Thunder Platform back then. And the legendary owner of the lightning treasure is very likely to know the Reincarnation Sword Emperor. In that shocking battle back then, it was said that someone secretly helped. Could it be this lightning expert? Fang Chen exclaimed. The matter was getting more and more confusing, but it made him even more curious. Use the reincarnation sword shuttle and see if you can enter the Wind Thunder platform, the Immortal Scepter said. If the reincarnation sword emperor had really been there, the reincarnation sword shuttle would definitely be able to bring him in. Okay, I'll go now. Fang Chen did not care so much and rushed to the Wind Thunder platform at full speed. That's a human warrior. Kill him. In the process of rushing, Fang Chen's traces were exposed and he was chased by the two-headed clan. Poochie. He killed a two-headed clan member in front of him with a sword and continued to move forward without saying a word. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen two-headed clan members had died in the hands of Fang Chen, which angered the two-headed clan even more. Damn it, inform the clan members to gather at the Wind Thunder platform and encircle the human warrior. A great tribulation Venerable raised his arm and shouted, ordering the two-headed clan to encircle Fang Chen. Whoosh, whoosh. And this great tribulation Venerable caught up with Fang Chen at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Heh! Fang Chen was a little surprised that there was someone in the two-headed clan who was faster than him. It was really surprising. Human, you're dead. Ku Tuor's figure flashed and blocked in front of Fang Chen. He was a great tribulation Venerable who had passed the 7 disasters and was extremely powerful. You can't stop me, Fang Chen said calmly. You're courting death. Ku Tuor suddenly punched out, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The fist shadow suddenly exploded and a terrifying aura swept Fang Chen away. Chaotic sword body. Fang Chen shouted and activated the chaotic sword body to form the strongest defense, blocking Ku Tuor's punch. Ku Tuor's pupils shrank and he cried out, chaotic sword body. Seeing this scene, the killing intent in Ku Tuor's eyes became stronger. A sword cultivator with the chaotic sword body? I can't let you live. Ku Tuor's killing intent surged. He quickly punched out with both fists, each of which could tear the sky apart. Time, stop. Fang Chen whispered softly. Suddenly, the void froze and even Ku Tuor's body was imprisoned. Space-time sword explosion. At the moment when the void froze, Fang Chen performed the invincible sword technique. The terrifying invincible sword chi condensed into an incredible sword light and shot out. No. Ku Tuor's eyes widened and he shouted in his heart. However, he could not move his body. Poochie. At the critical moment, Ku Tuor burst out with his strongest power and returned to his original body. The two evil heads weakened the power of time stop and his body moved a little with difficulty. It was this slight movement that allowed him to successfully avoid being hit in his vital parts. The bright sword light pierced through his thick arm and blood splattered into the sky. Bang! Then, Fang Chen kicked Ku Tuor away and leaped into the air, disappearing into the mist. Damn it! Ku Tuor looked at his bleeding arm and roared in anger. At the same time, all the two-headed race in the boundless sacred ground gathered toward the Wind Thunder platform. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Wind Thunder platform was in front of them. As for Fang Chen, he also felt an immense pressure. The two-headed race was coming from all directions, converging on him endlessly. In the blink of an eye, he was trapped in front of the Wind Thunder platform. At this time, he had no choice but to enter the Wind Thunder platform alone. Human, you are dead. Ku Tuor chased after him and stared at Fang Chen angrily. Cut the crap. Just kill him. Someone from the two-headed race said coldly. Suddenly, a terrifying aura spread out. Seeing this, Fang Chen took out the Samsara sword shuttle from his bosom. Buzz. Layers of sword chi halo enveloped the reincarnation sword shuttle. The latter began to shake and crazily absorb the aura in the Wind Thunder platform. Reincarnation sword shuttle, it's up to you. Fang Chen gritted his teeth and stepped onto the Wind Thunder platform with the reincarnation sword shuttle in his hand. Boom! The terrifying thunder dragon swooped down and bombarded Fang Chen. In the blink of an eye, the power of thunder completely submerged Fang Chen's body. Kill! Many two-headed race members rushed toward Fang Chen crazily, but they were stopped by Ku Tuor. Stop! Ku Tuor glanced at everyone. The Wind Thunder platform is a forbidden area. Don't you want to live?